Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is where you may be. Last time I streamed, I said I really, really hoped that I would be done this puzzle that had taken me a while to get to work. I did get it to work, and I published it. So this is my latest puzzle. It is Alarm, up on LMD now. It is rated at 4 stars. This is probably one of my harder puzzles these days, but it is a between lines 10 lines puzzle with two Renbon that do a sort of funny thing in the grid, and a single black dot because, I mean, how could you not really? So anyway, if you're interested, I recommend that you check that out. The puzzle we're doing today, by coincidence, is also a between line puzzle, and funnily enough, it's a between line puzzle with the exact rule set that I thought of making at one point. So this puzzle is by the Cogito. Now, we are huge fans of the Cogito puzzles around here, but the Cogito has not been setting too much lately, so I believe this is their first puzzle in quite some time. So I am happy to get a chance to give it a go. The Cogito has certainly set some of the most memorable puzzles. They really seem to make sure that everything they set really sort of stands out. It ends up having a lot of challenge and in sort of choosing at the end of the year which of their puzzles to make the most my favorite puzzle of theirs of the year. And yes, Wen Chang did do Alarm today. So Wen Chang has already gotten to my my newest puzzle. Although unfortunately his video didn't end up having audio, which did not make a huge difference to my enjoyment of it. But I was an unfortunate bit for him, tech issues and all. So we have The Onion by the Cogito. So this was voted for by the following supporters. So Nordy, the Cogito, Paul Fly, Doomed Yacht, Luda, Zendari, Math Pesto, Dr. Proof, and so which is David, and Russ. Thank you so much to all of you. Wen Chang's channel is, I believe, called Sudoku in Chinese, in which he does puzzles in Chinese. And it is absolutely fascinating anytime I see him do a puzzle that I know. All right, so let's go over the rules of the Cogito's puzzle. So we have between lines, just straight between lines, where the digit along the line has to always be between the digits in the circle. So if this is a 4 and a 6, this could be an 8 and a 3, for example. They don't have to go in thermo order, though. This could be the 8 and that could be the 3, for example. That would be totally fine for a between line. And we also have counting circles. Each circle features, or each circle tells you how many times that digit appears in a circle in the grid. So, for example, if there's a 3 in this circle, it says there are 3 3s in circles. If there's a 1 in a circle, it says there's 1 1 in circles. That is how being a circle works. And note that both the between lines and the circles involve circles. So the between line circles are circles. Okay, excellent. So chat is informing me there are 36 circles. Multiple people in chat have counted and found there are 36 circles. So that 36 you should think of as the sum of the circled digits. So that's because every circled digit, of course, shows up in equal number of times to its value. So if there were, for example, 45 circled digits, then that would mean that every digit is in a circle. But 36 means the digits that aren't in circles sum to 9. So, for example, perhaps 9s aren't circled and every other digit shows up in circles. Or perhaps 1, 3, and 5 aren't circled. As Russ says, 36 is kind of annoying because of the fact that that there are many ways to add to 9. And so the uncircled digits add to 9, but who knows which uncircled digits they happen to be. Okay, so I am noticing right away that in row 1, that digit can't be 1 or 9. Uh, and so 1 and 9 in row 1 have to be on circles unless they're exactly here. And that makes me suspect I'm going for some sort of weird swordfish thing. So I'm just going to highlight these cells and look for the weird swordfish thing. In row 9, the 1 and the 9, if they're uncircled, could only go here. And then in column in column 1, it's those two. And in column 9, it's those two. Oh, and then in column 5, we also have this. So if 1 and 9 are uncircled, I mean, it's not possible that both 1 and 9 are uncircled because that would already add to 10. But if 1 and 9 are uncircled, they have to be in these cells. Now, perhaps actually what I really want to do is to think about it instead of being like that, I perhaps instead want to think about it like this and just say that all the digits in the puzzle that are uncircled are in blue. So there are at most 3 uncircled digits because of this. There can't be more than 3 uncircled digits because of this row. Now, of course, there also can't be more than 3 because of the fact that the uncircled digits sum to at most 9. Or sorry, sum to exactly 9. If I keep talking, this will go somewhere, I swear. But we have that. So if there were 3 uncircled digits, we'd have that exact triple in all of these places. Now, those two are both on between lines, which I want to say means something about 1 and 9. So an interesting thing here happens if I try and put 2 in one of these cells, which is that if I try and put 2 in one of these cells, I'm obligated to put 1 in one of the circles, and then that's the only one I'm allowed to have anywhere in a circle. So like the low digits are going to be a problem in general, because I'm not going to have very many low digits in circles, and so that's going to make it hard to put low digits on lines in general. Now, I'm not seeing yet why there can't be fewer than 3 uncircled digits. Like why it couldn't be, for example, the case that 9 is the only uncircled digit. I would like to see that. If someone can give me a proof, because I think that'll probably be the first step, is to prove that 9 has to be a circled digit. So if 9 were uncircled, we'd of course have 9s in these cells. And so that's going to do something with 8s on between lines, maybe. Oh yeah, not this one. Sorry, I said I in my head said not that one, but then it didn't unhighlight, but it was highlighted in blue on blue, so I didn't even notice. Good point, Ron. So yeah, so if 9s were uncircled, they would live in this sort of swordfish pattern. But what would that even do? And so, like, I guess one consequence of this weird pattern is that these digits that I have highlighted in yellow are all circled elsewhere in the grid. Because the at most 3 uncircled digits live in these cells. And so in column 1, 5, and 9, they live in those, and so therefore they live in row 1, 5, and 9 in blue. So these cells, including the bet tree, live in circles elsewhere in the grid. I have no earthly idea what to do with that, but it's true. These digits are circled elsewhere in the grid. Okay, so that's worth pursuing. Afraid Not points out, I assume it's Afraid Not. Apologies if you are a differently named Kyle. 1 and 9 in this box can only go in these spots. By the way, I'm not just going on the fact that the name is Kyle, but also on the fact that AFK's Kyle always shows up as a blue one in mine, and I think different Kyles would show up in different colors. Hey, Dorlear, I hope the baby is doing well. I hope everyone is sleeping at least a little bit with the child. So based on this arrangement in box 9, at least one of 1 and 9 is circled. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Do I want to think about where these digits go in this box and maybe think about if that says something about 8s or something? I mean, still, it looks so unrestricted. I think they can both be circled, unfortunately. So if I think 1 and 9 can both be circled, they can't both be uncircled. Oh, I like that one, Jay. That was a good one. Oh, sorry to hear that, Nicholas. I do not like wet. Let's see. I feel like these yellow cells have got to be telling me something because these are all. Oh. Well, here's the thing. Oh, Naverio, I have an observation, and then Naverio has appeared. Naverio has been a member for 18 months now. We've been doing this for 18 months. Let's get Naverio donation dance. Or sorry, a member dance? Windmill dance. Boop, 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 doop, boop, 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 doop, boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop, doop, boop, boop, doop, boop, boop, doop, boop, woohoo! Boop, doop, boop, boop, doop, boop, boop, doop, boop, woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you, and welcome, Naverio. Naverio has just set some beastly 5-star puzzle that I may do at some point, but probably not today, given I'm already doing a beastly 5-star puzzle. None of these digits are 9, is the thing I'm noticing. Because because what I said is these digits each appear in a circle somewhere and not in a circle somewhere else, and 9 can't do that. So within this row, I only have a handful of spots for 9. If 9 is uncircled, it's in blue. If 9 is circled, it has to go in one of those 2 cells. Now, I felt really smart when I noticed that, but I have absolutely no idea what to do with it. Nicholas, the only thing we know, and I'll spare you counting, is that there's 36 circles, so the uncircled digits sum to 9. So, Jay, imagine a digit is uncircled. Then it appears in this swordfish pattern in column 1, column 5, and column 9. And so any uncircled digit fills in this swordfish. And so, therefore, that uncircled digit has to live. It can't live in these cells. I mean, an uncircled digit can't live in those cells either, but that seemed less potent. Yeah, if 9 is circled, then it's circled in every row, column, and box. Which is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to decide. I mean, it just can't possibly be useful other than knowing that this digit isn't a 9 to know that it appears in a circle somewhere, can it? Hey, J40. It doesn't sound like the kind of thing that could be useful. Let's see. Now, is this like a count the 1s and 9s in row 1 and column 1 sort of business? Row 1, column 1, row 9, column 9. That doesn't... it seems like since those aren't 1 or 9, there's a 1 or 9 somewhere in this row out of here, and that sort of like percolates, but I can't figure out exactly how that works. Okay. So that's a smart spot. So Jay Dyer points out every circled digit, if there are 3 exact uncircled digits. So if there are 3 uncircled digits, these blue cells are a triple of those 3 uncircled digits. And then all the circled digits appear in a circle in column 1, column 5, and column 9. So if there are 3 uncircled digits, those digits have to be 1, 2, 6. Because of the fact that 1 or 2 could not be circled because of that. That's very interesting. So if there's 3 uncircled digits, it's always 1, 2, 6. So if that were true, this would definitely be a 6. And that would definitely be a 6. And that would be a 6, right? Because if 1 and 2 are uncircled, then I can't possibly put a 1 or a 2 on a between line. So in this universe, that's a 6, and that's a 6, and that's a 6. But that is... Oh, Carl with an elaboration of Jay's point that it's not even... that even 3 doesn't work. Because of this. So if there were 3 uncircled digits, then we would have a really big problem. Because if there's 3 uncircled digits, that digit appears once here, once here, once here, once here, and once here. And that's 5 total, not 3 total. And so that just doesn't work, because if there's 3 uncircled digits, it can't be the case that every circled digit is at least 5. So there aren't 3 uncircled digits, which means Dorlier's instinct was correct earlier. There are either 1 or 2 uncircled digits. And now, even with that, I think it's still actually interesting. Because of this thing. Imagine there were 2 uncircled... imagine there were 2 uncircled digits. So let's say those digits are, I don't know, 8 and 9, just at random. They're obviously not 8 and 9. But I'm just thinking about the circles. Then I could fit... then every digit other than 1 in this row is circled. Every digit other than 1 in this row is circled. Every digit other than 1 in this column is circled, and every digit other than 1 in this column is circled. So... in this case, I get 5 times to keep something out of a circle. I feel like if I say this the right way, my brain will wrap around will wrap itself around this correctly. So, for example, but for example, Silver Grooves, I could have, say, I keep something out of the circles. I could keep something out of the circles twice if I keep it out of the circles in this row and this column. So it's not exactly the 5, but it's something like the 5. Uh, yeah, that's the key, is to figure out how exactly to say what the 5 is doing. So every digit needs to occur in a circle 5 times at least, minus the number of times it shows up in blue, and each digit a total of 3 digits only can show up in blue, whether repeated or not. So all but 3 digits that are circled need to show up at least 5 times. That almost sounds like it says something. All but 3 circled digits show up at least 5 times. So that again sounds close to saying something. I don't think the corners are counting at all, Ron, so I don't think we have to worry about double counting them, because the corners aren't circled, thankfully. Uh, so doesn't that sound like... That sounds like it's broken to me. I'm having a hard time saying it right in my head in the way that but that doesn't sound... The version where there's 2 digits that aren't circled sounds broken to me, but I'm trying to figure out exactly how to articulate why it breaks. But I think the 9s actually are going to be in... I think the 9 is going to be the uncircled digit, I think. Because if there's... yeah, so Silver Groove says it a different way, and if we keep saying this enough different ways, it'll help. If there's 2 uncircled numbers, that means there's 3 blue spots in the grid left where circled digits can go. And so other than that, every circled digit will show up at least at least 5 times. I am looking for spots now where circled digits that are greater than 5 can go, because I have 5 houses here highlighted. A circled digit that is greater than 5 has to appear, well, more than 5 times, and the only places that it can possibly appear are these other 6 cells. So if I look at, for example, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 6 would need to appear. If it shows up at all, it shows up in one of these circles. 7 would take up 2, 8 would take up 3, and 9 would take up 4. So if 9 is in circles at all, actually, then 8 and 7 can't both be. Because there we go. Okay, so this has nothing to do with thinking about the blue cells at all. Thinking about the blue cells was a complete red herring. Because here's my argument. If 9 is in circles, then 9... I can fit 5 9s in the currently highlighted section. Then I could, of the remaining 6, I would need to fit 4 more 9s. those circles are contained entirely in 4 boxes. So I need to highlight that one and that one. And then I need 2 more, which would be 1 each of those. I only have 2 more circles left, but I still need 3 8s in circles, unless 8 isn't in. And I need 2, so 8 is just out. So then I need 2 7s in circles, which would take all the remaining circles, and then I need 1 6 in a circle, because 8 is out, so 6 isn't. And so that breaks. Oh, awesome, Max. Max set their first puzzle today. Congratulations. I hope you enjoyed it. Also, do people believe my counting to 6 correctly? If 9 is in a circle, I think it just breaks basically immediately, because of if 9's in a circle, we swallow those. We need 3 8s, but we can't have 3 8s. So 8 is not in a circle and 1 is not in a circle, but then 7 is, and we've got 2 7s, and then we don't have a spot for a 6. I think I believe that. And if that is true, then we have a swordfish on 9s. Which exists there. And our swordfish in 9s places 9 in box 9, and we have a digit. Because 9 now in this box can only go here. And we have our digit dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop, waha! Ba-doop-ba-doop, waha! Ba-doop-ba-doop, waha! Ba-doop-ba-doop, waha! It had nothing to do with which circles they were, Garion. It was how many circles there were. We ran out of circles in which to put things. So that is a 9. I can remove that and remove that. Because I know that's not a 9. So every other digit does show up in circles, for what it's worth. And this is the only box in which 1 is allowed to be in a circle, because as Ron points out, 1 is now circled in box 9. So 1 in row 1 is not circled, and therefore it joins the 9. So these 2 cells are a 1-9 pair. And in this column, these 2 cells are a 1-9 pair. By that same argument. Right. And in box 1, we have a 1-9 pair. Because of this. Because I can't put them in circles and certainly can't put them on lines. Yes, so 6, 7, and 8 are in circles. So let's do the thing that Lombardo suggests, which is 6, 7, 8 are in circles. They need to be in a total of 1 + 2 + 3 circles outside of these cells. So therefore, these cells are in fact all from 6, 7, 8, because 6, 7, and 8 claim a total of that many of them, and therefore claim a total of 3 of them. And these therefore give me a 7, and that now gives me the 1 6 I was allowed. So none of these are 6 anymore, because I needed 1 6 in those 6 cells, 2 7s, and 3 8s. I still need 2 7s and 3 8. Oh, sorry, and 2 more 8s. So these are 2 7s and 2 8s, I suppose. So yeah, those are a 7 8 pair, is what I said. Said in a different way. Now 7 doesn't get to be outside of circles except twice, and this is one of the times that 7 is outside a circle. Do I know anything else about where else 7 is outside of a circle? Maybe not yet. Okay. So in row 1, the 2 is in a circle. And in column 5, so in row 1, there's a 2 in a circle. Oh, and in column 1, there's a 2 in a circle. And that digit up here in row 1, column 1 can't be a 2. So the 2's in circles exist entirely in row 1 and column 1. So there are no more 2's in circles. And of course, those 2 aren't. So that means that in column 5, these are 1, 2, 9. And in, I guess in column 9, I have more flexibility, unfortunately. I don't see why that couldn't be a 2 as well. Let's see. 2 does in box 9 now have to be on a line. That's true. And 2 certainly has to be on a line with a 1 in its circle. So 2 can only go in one of those 2 cells. I agree with that. If this is a 2, do I break my ability to place 2 in too many places? I don't think so. I think that being a 2 actually works out well. That is true, right? As Carl says, as soon as the 2 is definitely on one of these, the 1s definitely aren't on those. So the 1 in this row is only in one of those 3 spots. I mean, I guess I have this digit narrowed down to some things, but so do I know that 3 isn't in row 1, column 1? I don't think I do know that 3 isn't in row 1, column 1. I do know that 3 in row 1 is in a circle, or sorry, not in a circle, right? I don't know that. If 3 is not there, I know this 3 is in a circle. This 3 is in a circle. This 3 is in a circle. But then I still in this row, that would be 3 3s, but I could still have in row 9 and column 9, I could get away with throwing a 3 there or whatever. I think it's okay, although I think we might be trying to prove that 3 has to go there, which would be very nice. That would seem to go with the solve path that we're sort of writing down so far. Hey, MusicCuber, I hope you're doing well. I know this isn't a 7 or an 8. I don't know what to do with that. 3, column 6, and row 7. Column 3 and 4. Or sorry, that one are different. Is that true? Let's see. So I've got my, so yes, in these, right, these 2 are different. That is worth marking. Because I know that I need 2 7s and 3 8s. I have 1 8 there. And so this is 2 7s and 2 8s. I know those are different, so of course these are different. So therefore, none of these digits are 7 or 8 for what it's worth. these digits aren't 7 or 8. Uh, that's not 7 or 8. Unfortunately, that line could just be 7 or 8. Of course, that's not 7 or 8. So close. Down here, I think it's much worse. Let's see. It is true. This digit now can't be 7 or 8. So now it is only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this isn't 7 or 8. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, okay. That's very good. Okay. And this one's not 6 either, actually. This one's only 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, okay. So that's very interesting. Sayori points this out. That's very interesting. So these numbers can only be at least 3 and at most 5. So these are from 3, 4, 5. If this were not a 6 exactly, this would be 3, 4. These can't be 7, 8 either. So these are in a very similar position, where these are not 1 or 9. So they're from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. So that means these are also from 3, 4, 5. Right. There's no way there's a 4 in these circles, because that would not leave room for two things in the middle. Tristan points out. So if this is a 2, these become a 4, 5 pair instantly. Oh, I think I know these aren't 2, actually. I think I already know these aren't 2, because I think I know that my 2s are there and there. I do, right. So these circles can't be 2, because I've already accounted for my 2s. So that means these have to be a 3, 6 pair, with these being a 4, 5 pair, actually. Yep, we already have the 2 circled 2s in row 1 and column 1. I'd forgotten about that. But it's true, yes. So these are a 3, 6. Ah, that's an extra 3 in a circle. Oh, is it? It's kind of an extra 3 in a circle. Probably I can do something with it being a 3 in a circle if I think very hard about it. Yeah, so, right. So I can. One of these is a 3. One of these is a 3. That's 2 3s. That means that in this row and this column, I'm only allowed 1 3. And so that does, in fact, force row 1, column 1 to be a 3. Which forces one of these cells to be a 2 in a circle. And now... okay, so neither of these is a 3. They're a 4, 5 pair, which means neither of these is a 5. Which means that's a 2 and that's a 6. We already did a digit dance for the 9 down here. And that 2 places that 2. This is a very cool puzzle. I was a little afraid of a 5-star circle counting puzzle, but this has proven to be well worth it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's not a 6, so it's definitely a 7 or an 8. Of course, these could be 6, 7, or 8. Who cares? This cell is not 1, 2, 3, could be 4, could be 5, can't be 6, 7, or 8, or 9. So this cell's only a 4 or a 5. AFK says the same thing. Let's see. These two cells are now not 1, 2. They could be 3. They're not 4, 5. They could be 6, 7, or 8. I don't think these can be 3, actually. Actually, let me do a brief 3 census. We know there's a 3 in one of those. I know there's a 3 there. Oh, and I know there's a 3 in one of these too. Right. So I know that's not a 3, and that tells me that one of these is a 3, and therefore also one of these is a 3, and one of these is a 3. Uh, so that's all of my... Wait, that's too many... No, that's exactly the right number of 3s. So there aren't any more 3s in circles anywhere, but I guess I already know that. Uh... Oh, maybe this could be a 3, right? That could be a 3. Yeah, you're right. That could be a 3, right? I was missing something. Yep. It's okay. I don't think we used it. Oh, actually. Oh, I know those can't be 3. One of those is 3, though. Uh, uh, right. Right. As Globba Glob was noting the thing I was noting, which is that neither of these can be 3, because I would have both of these being 2 in that instance, because these would be a 1-3 pair. Uh, Jay Dyer says this can't be a 3 because if this were a 3, it would rule too many 3s out. Which seems plausible. Yeah, row 9, column 9 sees a 3-6 pair. So if I want to pencil mark it, it can't be 9, it can't be 1, it can't be 3 or 6. It can't be 8 because the 9 is elsewhere. It can't be 4 or 5 because of the 9. So this can only be a 2 or a 7. Oh, okay. AFK has a great point, which is that 2 is just outright placed in box 7, because I certainly can't put 2 here without a 1 in the circle, and so 2 is just here. If this were a 7, I would need these to be a 1-8 pair. Is that going to be broken somehow? I'm not sure. I really liked... My favorite part... Once I realized the blue cells were kind of a red herring, I mean, I realized the blue cells have been useful, but they were completely the wrong thing to think about at first. But once I understood what was going on with these 6 cells, that was gorgeous. That was one of my favorite steps in a puzzle in a long time. So if this isn't 2, then that would be 2, and that would be 2. What's wrong with that? Oh, do I need a 3 in a blue cell? Is that the point? I think I need a 3 in a blue cell. Possibly. I'm not sure though. Let's see. Carl is curious about 4s in circles. Okay, so that's definitely 4 fours in circles. So if I highlight row 1, row 9, column 1, and column 5, that's 4 fours in circles. And so column 9 can't have a 4 in a circle. So column 9 only has one place for a 4, and it's there. I think that's the point that we have stumbled upon. And now that we've placed the 4, now 2 in this column goes here. Okay, and so now we can sort of chase 2s to there. Like that. Okay, so that was... that handles the blue section, I think. Hey, Laura, I hope you're doing well. 2 in box 8 is going in one of those two because it can't go in a circle, right? Okay, now that I've got that 2, 1. Okay, do I know what this is? This is not 1, 2. It'd be 3, 4, 5. Oh, it can't be 4 or 5. Sorry, 6 or 7. Can't be 8. This is only 3, 6, or 7, actually. One of these two is a 2. Right. Column 6 needs a 2. That's the way to look at it. And so it's not any of those cells. It's not any of those. And so the 2 in column 6 is down here as Garian's point. So that's always the 2 down here. It means one of these is a 2. I don't understand the 9 in column 9 yet. Oh, right. 9 in column 9 has to be here because of the fact that 9's not allowed to go in a circle anywhere. That's why. That's a 9 and that's a 1. It's a 9 and a 1 and that's a 9. Okay. Yes. And so that has given me that one. Okay. Thank you for that. So this is not 3, 4, or 5. So this is at least from 6, 7, 8. Yeah, thank you for pushing on that, Kyle. My brain was completely broken on how I was doing that, but I just forgot that 9s aren't in circles. It makes sense what the Cogito said. Cogito was saying that if you think about it, you can actually, in the same way that we did math on these 3 circles, you can do math on blue with 1s, 2s, and 3s, and 4s. Telling you that you need 1, 4, or sorry, doing math on those to sort of get a similar sense of the composition of these, that it would break immediately if there wasn't a 4 anywhere in blue, and it would break immediately if there wasn't a 2, and if there wasn't a 3, and so you could do math on what had to be there, which we did sort of ad hoc rather than globally, but we could have done it more globally. 1 in box 8. Oh, right. It's not in those cells either. It would help if I noticed that one. So yeah, so that's a 1. Something over there is a 1. 9 in box 7. Ah, yes, 9 in box 7 is there. Fixes that 1 and that 9. Makes that a 1 over there. Oh, I saw that Sayori had a nice spot, but I think I was doing the Sayori spot about the 1s and 9s. One of these is a 1. I don't know which one. Do I have all the 9s yet? Not quite, but the last 9 has to go here. which then places a 2. That's not the last 9. I lied. There's more 9s. One of them is here. Oh, wow. One of them is here, which makes these a 1-9 pair, and that a 2. If I counted my 9s correctly. And then my other 9 is in one of these 2 cells. But yeah, we've got a little unresolved, I think unresolved Z-wing on 9s currently. 2 is over. Oh, 2 is just placed here, because 2 can't go in that circle. Let's see. We've got. Oh, do we have all the 2s? I think we now actually have all the 2s. This cell can't be 3 or 6 either. What can it be? Okay, it can be lots of things. Unfortunately. 3 in box 3. Do I know the 3 isn't in a circle in box 3? I don't think I know that. Because the 3 in this column is definitely in a circle. It's definitely not on the line. I agree with that. So it's in one of those spots. Okay, 3's not there. 3's not there. So yeah, 3 in column 8 just is placed, as Sayori says. So that's always a 3. One of these 2 is a 1. Yeah, then I've got a little more wiggle room on 1s in this box, because I think any of these could be a 1. So I'm not going to mark it. Did someone do a super chat and I didn't see it? I thought it would display super chats. There we go. Why is it not showing me Casey's super chat? I see that Casey did a super chat if I look over at the video. 2 of them? Oh no. Oh no. We're broken for some reason. Yeah, for some reason it's not displaying. Thank you so much, Casey and Paul Fly. Are we penguins or are we dancers? Thank you so much. Let me get you both a donation dance. Oh, and David. David, too. Thank you, David. Sorry I did not see that. To help the children enjoy the wondrousness of Halloween on Tuesday, if you're streaming, Tristan will also... Wait. This must be from ages ago, right? The super chat that it's playing from something about Halloween 2 weeks ago? I think it has now just started playing donations from a month ago. I am not sure. Yeah, Streamlabs. I think the reason why I'm not seeing them in YouTube is that they're not actually happening at the moment. Yeah, I think we're seeing every donation ever in a backwards. Let me see if I can turn it off. I don't know if I can or not. I think it is alert overlay. Okay, there we go. I have removed it from OBS, so it will not show up. There we go. Okay. That was fascinating. All right. we could do it all again if you actually all spontaneously donate at the same time. All right, so we were in the middle of counting digits or something. I don't remember what it was. There was excitement. Do I want to write out what these are? Uh, uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that one's not a 1. That one's not a 4. Am I looking for like a 3, 4, 5 triple or something? I would love to be able to extend my ketchuping. Extended ketchuping sounds very good. I know this isn't the other 7 or 8. So yeah, so I should just bully this. Several people are suggesting, including the setter of the puzzle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one I know is not 7. That one I know is not 6. These need to be at least 1 apart. So the question is, can none of these be from 6, 7, 8? If none of these were from 6, 7, 8, then this would have to be 3, 4, 5 with a 4 in the middle. And the problem with these being 3, 4, 5 with 4 in the middle is that it rules 4 out of row 9. So in the universe where neither of these is 6, 7, or 8, then both of these digits are 4. So one of these is 6, 7, 8, which gives us Zeta's favorite toy, a virtual triple in the row, with those 3 giving us 6, 7, 8, which makes that a 3, and means this is not, and makes this a 4 or 5, I guess, because it's not that, and it's not 6, 7, or 8 either. That also is now a 6 because of that, which now makes that an 8 and that a 6, which makes that a 7. That's not a 6. That's not an 8 anymore. This is now ketchupable. So we've got that. So one of these is ketchupy X. So where does ketchupy X go in this row? Because one of these is ketchup X. So therefore one of these two is ketchup X, but this one sees a 7 and an 8 in the column. So this is ketchup X. For what it's worth. Oh, and there's a 6-8 pair, which makes ketchup X 7, I am being told, which makes ketchup circle 8, which makes that a 6 and an 8. These aren't 8 anymore. That's not 7 anymore. This is always a 4 or 5, giving me a 4-5 pair in this row, and making that a naked 3 and a naked 6. Making that not a 3. Now there's a 4-5 pair looking down at this, making that an 8. Or 5. So this is 5 or 6. Oh, but there's a 4-5 pair, which just makes this a 6. Over there. Meaning these are from a fairly restricted collection of things. That one's definitely not a 4. Because of 4s and... Actually, I don't know that. Never mind. Sorry, I don't know that. I am told we have all 6s in circles. That sounds cool. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have 6 6s in circles. So that means the 6 in box... Thank you, Julius. That means the 6 in box 3 is placed. It's placed there, because the 6 just sudoku-logically can't go elsewhere. Which is going to give us lots of things. let's see. 6 in box 5. Yeah, 6 in box 5 is there, which makes that a 9. Makes that a 1 and a 9. Makes these a something and a something, a 3 and a 5. Actually, I'm going to also pencil mark those. So annoyingly, those could be 3, 5, with it being a 4 along the middle. Darn it. That's the 8 up there for the record. This is 4 or 5. So that's a 4-5 pair. So if that's a 4-5 pair, these are a 3-7. And if those are a 3-7, that's a 5, which means that was a 4, which now means that was a 3. Otherwise, my between line doesn't work. 3, 5, 4. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4. 1, 3. 5, 4. Let us mark the rest of the grid. So we have 3. I am told that this has to be a 5 and this has to be a 7 because that's how between lines work. 8 and 5. 5 and 8 is the bet tree. So congratulations to Ranksk and other bettors. May all your betting tree wishes come true. And yeah, that was a great puzzle. I loved that. There was a lot of surprising stuff there. Yeah, I was just debating. I think it is a 5 because of how off the wall the break-in is. Like the break-in is very not Sudoku, which is I think why it ends up being that. But at least it was very clear what I was supposed to look at. So that I always appreciate in a hard puzzle when it's hard, but I know what I'm supposed to be investigating. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch, and I will be back shortly with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We are back with a puzzle that looks like the last puzzle, but is quite different because this is a double arrow puzzle instead of a between line puzzle. And so, if you've not seen it before, the way double arrows work is that the digits along uh, the digits along a line have the same sum as the digits in either circle. And so in this case, these digits sum to 16, as do these. So this is Cyber by Tallcat, by the way. I am told it is called Cyber because it's supposed to look like a Cyberman from Doctor Who, which I can sort of see if I squint. I can definitely believe that. Oh yes, please do like the stream. If you have not yet liked the stream, it is encouraged and appreciated. Okay, I don't know a bet tree for this one. By the way, some people have asked why on earth they're called double arrows, and they're called double arrows because it's like you have an arrow circle, except you have a second arrow circle in which to sort of allow the number to overflow into, at least is how I think about it. Okay, do you have a recommended bet tree, Tallcat? I am waiting for Tallcat to give me the bet tree. So what I can guarantee you while Tallcat gets the bet tree is that these are all from 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's because the sum here is at least 15. And if the sum here is at least 15, I need numbers that are at least 6, 7, 8, 9 in the outsides to do this. Now, neither of these can be as high as 9 because this digit along the short arrow has to be larger. Short double arrows are actually backwards regular arrows in sort of a weird way because these cells have to be from 7, 8, 9. These have to be from 1, 2, 3. Just from that point of view. And these have a minimum sum of 15, and these have a minimum sum of 15. So these are also from 6, 7, 8, 9, just while we're filling in things. While Tallcat finds the bet tree. So these actually maximize at 17, which funnily enough, I guess means this digit has to appear in those two cells because I need a 1, 2, and a 3 in my sum to 17. Row 8, column 9 is the bet tree. So we've got that. Now, these can't be 6 because that can't, as soon as those couldn't be 9, these can't be 6 anymore. So these are actually only from 7, 8, 9. And so we've got that up there. Intriguing. Okay, and these are all, those are also short double arrows. So I have to be wary of that because one of these is at most 6 because of this 2, 7, 8, 9s already. So one of these is relatively small. One of these is at most 6, which means this is definitely not larger than 5 at the very least. That seems like a pretty piddly deduction, but I'm going to take it. Let's see. And the 6, 7, 8s here, I guess, are fine. It is true, I can't put a number as large as 8 on either of these lines. So as Jay Dyer says, 8 and 9 are definitely up here. I did explain that it was meant to look like a Cyberman from Doctor Who. Okay. do have to put some large numbers in this row eventually, presumably. Let's see. So I already keep saying something about these being a 7-8 pair breaking. But I'm not quite sure. Okay, Garion says the same thing. It would give you 2 9s in row 5. Oh, right. Sorry. I kept thinking it was going to make both of these 9, but of course that's not true. It's if both of these are a 7-8 pair, then these have to be a 1-2 pair, which would make these 9 and 9. Okay, that's cute. So one of these is a 6. I needed to look down and not up. So if one of these is a 6, one of these is a 9, for sure. And I need to keep in mind that the minimum sum here, these can't both add to 15. Because if they both add to 15, then there would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sextuple in row 1, which is not going to work. So the minimum possible sum here is that these add to 31. And so the claim of chat is that these add to a minimum of, or these add to a maximum of 14, and these add to a maximum of 17. And chat's claim is that 14 plus 17 is 31. So therefore I have to do that. And I agree with chat's claim that numbers add that way. So that means that these are indeed a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quintuple. And the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4 are in here for sure. And so that gets us a digit if we write it out, which is that now we know where the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quintuple is here. And so our first digit is a 7 going there in the row. And we get to bring out Zach for a dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always much appreciated. So we know the 5 and the 6 in the sums are up there. Oh no, is the whole stream just completely borked? So the 5 and the 6 are up at the top, so these can't be 5, 6. Because of that, because of this oople going up here. So one of these is, there can't be a 3 in these anymore, because the circle that goes with an 8 definitely goes with a 1 down below it. And so I can't have the 3 go with a 6, making 2 9s in the row. So these are actually a 1, 2 pair, which makes this a 3, 4, or 5. Which means these digits are at most 6, except they can't actually be 6. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that one's not a 3, that one's not a 4. I guess these digits are at least 4. For oh yeah, these are an 8, 9 pair because the 8 goes with a 1 making 9 and the 6 goes with a 2 making 8. So yeah, so these are an 8, 9 pair. I agree with that assessment. So when I said one of these circles was small, they in fact both had to be fairly small. Let's see. So these digits are now at most 7, actually, and they're at least 4. Sorry, they're at least 5, because they can't be... No, sorry, they could be 4. But they're at most 7, which now means that these digits can't be 5, and that one... Oh, that one could be 4. Uh, just because of that pair there. So now... 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yeah, if this were a 5, it just works. Okay. And now there's an 8 there and an 8 there. So that gives us a Zackwing on 8s, which puts an 8 there. Carl points out, which gives us a Zackwing on 8s, which puts an 8 down there. For whatever reason. Uh, 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 these can't possibly be a 1-2 pair, for what it's worth, because these two digits go in... Well, if they were a 1-2 pair, they would both go there. So there's only one at most, 1 or 2 among these cells, and it would go right there, making that a 1 or 2 if that were the case. Let's see. Right. Okay. So J. Dyer points out that does mean this digit's not a 5, because if this digit were a 5, these would have to be a 1-2 pair, and then that cell itself would be a 1-2 pair. That's never going to work. So that can't be a 5. So one of these is a 3 or 4. Which means there is a 6 or 7 in here for sure. Josh is saying, Sayori is saying something about this, but I don't know what it is yet. So if this is a 4, is the point that you would have too many things? So if this is a 4, this would be a 7, and these couldn't... Oh, okay. The point is these cells can't be 7, 8, or 9. That's the point. These cells are only at most... these cells are only at most equal to 6. That's the thing I missed. This 7, 8, 9 triple sees those two cells. So these sum to at most 11. So therefore these sum to at most 11. Therefore this is never a 4. This 1, 2 by previous notes goes there, and that's a 3. And these can be appropriately ketchuped. There we go. That's the point that I was quite dense about comprehending. Okay. And so this is therefore a 6 or a 7. Oh, that's right. This is ketchup. And this is the other one. By magic. The X is over there somewhere. It's up there somewhere. That's a 6 or a 7. This is now at most a 6. Oops, sorry. At most a 6. This can't be 7 anymore. So we've got that. Let's see. Okay, and this is not a 3 or a 4. Interestingly enough. I do need a 3. Oh, 3 is just placed in row 5. Oh, tall cat. You sly animal. 3 is just placed in this box or in this row here, because of the given 3, and because of the fact that these can't be 3. And so that is going to place 3 in this this up here, which is going to place 3 looking down there, which is going to place 3 in one of those two cells. Let's see. Jay Dyer doing a little bit of math to say the minimum sum of this line is 9, and these digits are max 6, so I can't put a 1 or a 2 on it. Which gets me almost to quadruple territory in the column, just without even trying. I do know there's a 3 down here. So if this is a 4, these are a 3-8 pair. Is 1 plus 8 really 9? Is that the question? Or is the point that it actually can't, that 1 8 actually breaks? Does 1 8 cause a 4 5? No, it could be 3 6 with 1 8. I'm not quite sure. Red X in box 1 now is there. Okay, that's excellent. Beautiful spot there. So this is not 4, 5, or 6. And so this is not 1, 2, or 4. This is only 5 or 6. So yeah, so the red X now is over here. So these digits are in particular definitely not 4. So there's definitely a 4 in one of these two cells. Red X in box 3 is in one of those two cells. To box 6 is in one of these 3. I'm not quite sure which yet. Tall Cat pointing out that actually this is a sneaky thing. This can't really be 8 1, because if this is an 8, that's an 8, is Tall Cat's point. And so if this is an 8, that's an 8, and that's a 1, so this would be a 2. So this line is actually min 10, not min 9, because of the fact that the 8 and 8 go together. Sneaky, sneaky. So no 3 there either, which gives us an honest 3, 4, or sorry, it gives us an honest 4, 5, 6 triple. And so, and indeed, there needs to be a 6 in it, as Sayori points out, because if I don't use a 6, I do not, in fact, get to a minimum of 10. And so, therefore, that's not a 6. It is a 4 or a 5. These aren't 6 anymore, for whatever that is worth. These all sum to 11 or 12, but this could even be a 9 with a 1, 2 there, or summing to 12, I guess. Oh, I guess that doesn't really work, because I put a 9 twice, but anyway. Let's see. Ron suggests that perhaps that means that there needs to be a 5 here. If there's not, these sum to a maximum of 7. I don't see why that would be the case. It is true. Ketchup circle is one of these two is ketchup circle. So, and in fact, actually, the maximum sum of these is actually 2 plus 5 is actually 7. If there's no 5, it would be 6. do I want to say what this line could be or what this digit could be? Okay, I want to investigate what this digit can be. It obviously can't be a 3. It can't be a 6 or an 8. Can this digit possibly be a 9? I don't think so, because if this is a 9, it makes that an 8, and now the line sums to 11, but the minimum sum of these cells is 12. So that actually can't be a 9 either. These sum to a maximum of 7. So this needs to be at least 4, as chat notes. So this is a 4, 5, or a 7, are the options in the world. So this can't be a 4 for some ridiculous reason that I'm trying to understand. Oh, no, no, I don't understand it. If this is a 4, that's a 5, that's a 7, and that's a 6, but 4 plus 3 doesn't equal 6. So this can't be a 4, but I don't understand why. Oh, I see. Okay, that's the way to see it. 4 makes a quadruple. Of 4, it makes a 4, 5, 7 quadruple. Because 4 makes that a 7. That's a little less chainy than that, but I feel like there's a slicker way to see it than just it doesn't work. But basically, the best I can give you is it doesn't work, but I can sugarcoat that by saying something about a quadruple in 3 cells or a quadruple with 3 digits in it or something. Anyway, that's a 3 is the point. And 3 plus 3 is 6. So we've got that. So there's a 6 down here joining the 8. I'm gonna guess Tall Cat could explain it in a way that felt better, but I cannot give you a way that feels better. So 3 in box 2 now, Sayori points out, is now on this line. And so this digit, remember, is ketchup and 3. And so ketchup and 3 means these aren't 4 or 5. So these actually now sum to a maximum of 5, which means this needs to sum to a minimum of 6. So it can only actually be a 7. And so this is 1, 3 plus 7 would be 11, which would make this an 8, or 2, 3 would be a 9. Okay, that's fine. Yep, so we've got those. Right, and we know there's a red X here and a red circle here. For whatever that is worth. Yeah, the 3's cancel, so this is either a 7 plus 1 is 8 or 7 plus 2 is 9. I agree. The other one, too, I know isn't down here for what it's worth. If row 5, column 4, this is Martin's spot, is 4, then we have a problem. If this is a 4, that's now a 1. And that's a 1. Four, 1. Because the point is, if red is 1, then this is an 8. But if red is 1, this needs to be a 9, is Martin's point. That's way worse than the other point. So let's see. J40 suggests we could do that using parity in the column 4 line. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Tall Cat's Way is way better. If this is a 1, that's a 4, and this is a 5, 6 pair, and that's a 10. That's way better than noticing that these are both 8 in that universe. Yes, okay. Agree. Yes, if this is a 1, that's a 4, which makes these a 5, 6, which makes that a 10. I like Tall Cat's proof. So these are 2s. These are 1s. It may well have been Martin's point. It was not how I originally understood Martin's point. I may have looked at a longer chain than Martin intended, and seen it, and then I was trying to find a better way to do it. But it turned out that that was the intention. So now we have a 2 and a 3, and so that is a 5. So no 5 there. 4 plus 6 means that's an 8, and that's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's a 6, which makes that a 6 over there by math. Makes these a 7, 9, except that's a 9 and a 7, making that a 9, that an 8. These two need to add to 15. I don't think I know how they do that yet. But I know that one's not an 8, and so this one is not a 6 to make that work out, I believe. So it's either 6 and 9 or 7 and 8, if I did my math there correctly, which who knows. Math is now possible here. These are a 2-3 pair. That has somehow become an 8. We won't ask questions about it. We will just praise Sven. These are not 4, 6. Oops. These are not 4, 6, so they're 1, 5, so that's not a 1. That's a 4, 9 pair, so that is a 1. Let us paint the town in pencil marks, as they say. Because we've got all kinds of stuff. That's not a 4. That's not a 2 or a 4. Let's see. These aren't 1. They're not 3 either. They're not 2 either. They're not 4 either. They're not 5 either. Let's see. Got some stuff going on over here. One of those is a 6 for sure. That 4, 6 pair looks down. Excellent, excellent. The 4, 6 pair, Ron points out, looks down at that, making that a 9 and a 4, which makes that a 5 and an 8 and a 5. Makes that a 9 and an 8 and a 7. And a 1 and a 5. And a 6 and a 3 and a 1. And a 4 and a 6. And a 2 and a 4. And a 2 and a 3 and a 9. Excellent. That did a lot of damage. Thank you for spotting that pair. It would have perhaps been a while before I noticed that. And so now the puzzle's basically done, it would seem. So let us go ahead and mark up all of... Oh, it's not even... I'm not even done all the pencil marks that we've gotten. There we go. Yet more. Let's see. So these two cells are known. These are a 6, 8 pair. So if this were 8, I would go 8 plus 3 is 6 plus 5. Oh, that's right. I can... Why don't I mark those as well? Actually, let's mark this whole box. Why not? 1 is way too small. The minimum sum of these is... Oh, no, 1/8 would work. This can't be even, though, because the total sum needs to be even, and I've got an odd and 2 evens. So this is never a 4. This is always a 1 or a 5, and that's a 4. By parity stuff. The 4 is assuredly in one of these 2 cells over here. So it's either 865 or 681. Both seem fine to me. It is being pointed out there's also an 8 over here by Sudoku. Very nice. Okay, so there's also an 8, and those 8s give us a Zackwing, which places an 8 there. Very slick to whoever spotted that. I think it was Sayori. Let's see. Yes. If this digit is a 3, these 2 digits are equal. Agree, because if this is a 3, then that digit sums to the same as that. Thank you, Martin. So that makes that a 3, funnily enough, which makes that a 3. So we've got all of that. If this is a 2, then we need an odd digit. It would be something like 287. If this is a 7, I certainly don't have the 8 there. So if this is a 7, that's an 8, and this is a 4. I don't really want to write out all the cases for that. I probably can get away with doing something less work than that. Maybe not. Maybe I have to write it all out. It sounds like effort. Garian spots that we have a Zackwing on 6s, ruling 6 out of these cells and placing a 6 in the box here, making that a 4 and a 7 and a 6. There we go. Okay, thank you, Garian. 5 and 4. So these are just a pair, we will recall. In fact, they're a resolved pair. 9, 6. Okay, and so that needs to be a 7 or the math doesn't work. And that needs to be a 1 or the math doesn't work. 2, 1. And so then we can paint the rest of the world. 7, 9, 1. 7, 5, 9. 5, and our bet tree looks to be a 2. So congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I enjoyed that quite a bit. And I am trying very hard not to say a very inappropriate thing about the title of the puzzle. But I enjoyed that quite a bit. That was a very lovely puzzle, Tallcat. I had no idea how difficult it was because I only had a CTC link. So I was glad this one was not a 5-star monstrosity. Not that I did not enjoy the previous 5-star monstrosity, but I probably did not quite have it in me to do 2 5-star monstrosities in a row. Alrighty. With that, I'm going to take a quick break, and I am going to come back and do another puzzle. Doppelt. Doppelt was a delight, but Doppelt certainly was certainly a harder puzzle. I don't know. It would probably be 2 stars on LMD today or something. But yeah, this was a very gentle double arrow puzzle. I will be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we're going to do a Marty Sears zipper puzzle, or a ziffer puzzle. I haven't actually done any zipper puzzles, so this appears to be a zipper variant. I thought it was going to be my first zipper puzzle, but it's going to be slightly different than that. So these are ziffer lines, and digits that are the same distance from the center of a ziffer line have the same difference, and the difference is at the center of the ziffer line. I think in zipper lines it's sum instead of difference. So these two digits have the same difference, these two digits have the same difference, and so on. All right, I wonder if anyone has done this puzzle and could recommend a bet tree. It is not going to be row 5, column 5, because I think I know what row 5, column 5 is probably going to be. Maybe I'm not 100% sure that's not the 9. Oh, no, I am sure, because they can't have a difference of 9. What am I talking about? That's the 8. Okay. Yes, that's a 9. In my brain, I was thinking 1 and 9 had a difference of 9, but 1 and 9 have a difference of 8. So that's a 9, and that's the 8, is how this is going to work. So two digits in a Sudoku puzzle have a maximum difference of 8. So that's definitely a 9. And we can begin with our 9 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop, woohoo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, waha! Ba-doop, ba-doop, waha! Ba-doop, 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 waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I was waiting for someone in chat to recommend a bet tree, but I don't think anyone has, so I'm just going to put a bet tree over here and hope. Now, if the difference is 8, the only thing that could happen is that they're 1 and 9, and I think most of these just can't be 8, because that would put too many 1s and 9s in this, too many 1s and 9s there, way too many 1 9s here, too many there, too many there, too many there, and too many there. So therefore, this is the 8, and these are 1 and 9 and 1 and 9. And therefore, 1 and 9 are down here, but they certainly don't both go there. So that's a 1 or a 9 for sure, and we have a 1, 9 down here. Oh, these are on the same, sorry, I did that wrong. Sorry, I did that wrong. I did this right, but only by coincidence. In my brain, I was saying the difference of those two was 8, but that's not the difference. I mean, the difference of those two is 8, but it's not the difference that's relevant. It's these two that have a difference of 8, and these two that have a difference of 8, that is relevant. So therefore, actually, the thing is, these two can't be a 1-9 pair, because if these two were a 1-9 pair, then that digit would be an 8, and there would be lots of other problems. So in fact, the one that's definitely a 1-9 is that one. No. The one that's definitely a 1-9 is that one. Sorry. I'll eventually figure this out. Those two are the ones that are in the same spot. So that one's definitely a 1-9. Okay. That all feels reasonable, though. Yeah, it would be natural to next ask about 7, because a 7 can't go down here anymore because I've eaten too many 1s and 9s. So a 7 is always going to be either 1-8 or 2-9. And so I could not make any of those differences there or here. So neither of those can possibly be 7. The fact that it would be from 1, 2, 8, 9, I can't have a 1, 2, 8, 9, I don't know, septuple in this box. Likewise, I can't have a 1, 2, 8, 9 sextuple in this box either. So the 7 is definitely up here. if these are both 1, 2, 8, 9, I don't think it's going to work, but it might. Oh, this can't be the 7 because there's a 1, 9 looking at it. Sorry, don't listen to me. That's not how it works, Zeta. That's not how it works. But these would have to be 1, 9 or 2, 8. And neither of those works on a black dot. Sorry, 1, 8 or 2, 9. Still, 1, 8 or 2, 9 is not good black dot digiting. And this one can't be the 7 either because these two would have to be either 1, 8 or 2, 9, and they can't be. So that's the 7. And so we actually do get our 1, 2, 8, 9 quadruples living in these boxes. And if these are 1, 2, 8, 9, the black dot has to be 3, 6. Because that's the only black dot left, and 3 and 6 have a difference of 3, which gets me that string of stuff. And so the only remaining digits in the box are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. And of those, it's 4 and 7 that have a difference of 3, making that a 5. Okay, now I can do a little cleanup. That 1, 2 needs to be 7 different from this, so this is an 8, 9 for sure. This 2, 8 needs to be 8 away from this, so this is a 1, 9 for sure. I know one of these is the other 8, 9 for the row for whatever it is worth, but I don't know if it's worth anything. Okay, these digits can't be very many things because they can't be 1, 2, 8, or 9. These are only from 4, 5, 7. And, oh, I was going to say something dumb again, but I won't this time. I will let you wait for me to say the dumb thing. Let's see. We have... well, one of these two is definitely 9, for what it's worth. And if one of those two is definitely 9, that means one of these two is definitely 2, which I guess I kind of already knew. I was trying to argue that those two can't be 4, 7, but I don't think I know that. Let's see. I mean, I could think about a difference of 6 next. It feels like I should be able to do some sort of like sudoku-y thing. But probably this one's going to be the one with a difference of 6 if I were to use my instincts. Because a difference of 6, what numbers can be involved in a difference of 6? And so it's 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. So you can't involve a 4, 5, or 6 in a difference of 6. So the 6 can't possibly be anything where it puts more than 6 cells in a box, because there's only 6 cells it could be. So that couldn't be the 6. This couldn't be the 6 either. So the 6 is one of these 3. Oh, it's not that one, because that one sees a 6 by sudoku. So which of these can actually not be 6? Should it be obvious to me that one of these cannot possibly be 6? Ah, yes, this one can't be 6 because I would need to dream up 2 differences that don't involve 1 or 9, and there's only one difference of 6 that doesn't involve 1 or 9, which is 2, 8. Because I could do, in this box, I could do neither 1, 7, nor 3, 9 because of the 1 and 9 being gone. So that's not the 6, and that is. And so this is the 2, 8 one, because this is not these two aren't 1, 7 or 3, 9. So these are 2, 8. And now these digits, well, they're not 2, 8. So these are 1, 9 and 3, 6. And those aren't 3, 6. So those are 1, 9, and these aren't 1, 9, they're 3, 6. And that 1, 9 looks over and says these aren't 1, 9. Oops, aren't 1, 9, they're 2, 8. Uh-oh, I broke it. Oh, it's because I don't know how to do differences, isn't it? Sorry, it is 1, 7, and 3, 9. Oops. Not whatever I said before. So there's no 3 down here. And so if there's no 3 down here, there's no 9 up here. So one of these is definitely a 9. And that 9 looks over and places that 9, which places that 8. That 8 places that 1, places that 9. This is 2 or 8. Well, 2 is not far enough away from 1, so that's an 8 and a 1 to give those an appropriate distance. That's a 2 to give that an appropriate distance, and that's a 2 to give that an appropriate distance, which makes that a 2 and that an 8. That 7, 9 looks over and makes those a 4, 5. The 7, 9 means these certainly aren't 7. Oh, and that 4, 7 also makes that a 3 and that a 7, and that 3 goes with a 9. Oops. How did I screw this up again? Oh, it's because these aren't 7. What did I do? Anyway, that is 3 and 1. And the 1 is 6 away from 7, and the 3 is 6 away from 9. There we go. We will call that success for certain definitions of success. So let us mark up these boxes. So this is the only spot for an 8 in the row. This is now the only spot for a 4 in the row because there's a 4, 5 pair here. So this isn't 4, 5, 6, or 7, so it's a 3. These are 5 and 6. So we've got all of that. Hey, Selena, I hope you're doing well. No 1 here, no 9 here. So 1 is in one of these two. And then 5 is in one of these two. 2 could be anywhere. 3 and 4, I think, could be anywhere. Hey, Russ. I hope you're doing well. Okay. So whatever these digits are that distance away from 4 and 5. Unfortunately, I think this still can be 1. I'm comprehending Garian's point, which is that if this was a 5, then that would have to be a 5. Because I couldn't put a 5 on a difference 5 line. But now there would be a 5 on the box in this spot, or a 5 on the line in this box. Right, okay, yeah. So if this were a 5, in these two boxes, my 5s would have to go in these 3 cells. Which is a big problem for that. Or if you want, I guess maybe the slickest way is in column 8, there's a 5 on this line. And so if in column 8 there's a 5 on this line, this can't be a 5. And so that's a 5. That will do it. So now let us paint all of that with pencil marks. Uh, let's see. What's left in this column? So if this is a 4, this would have to be 3, 7. Seems fine. That's smart. So this is a difference. So this cell, it's being pointed at, is a difference of 5 from a 1 or a 9. So this is always a 4 or a 6. And these two are a 1, 9 and the other 4, 6. Because I know there's a 1, 9 here and then a 4, 6 there. That one's not a 9. That one's not a 1. And so this is a 1, 4, 6, 9 doohickey. So, oops, why did I take 5 out of that? I don't know. But these aren't 4, and that one's not 6 for sure. Okay. So, row 4, column 2 is not 2 away from row 3, column 2. So if this was a 4, this can't be 2 or 6. And if this is a 5, this can't be 3 or 7. Yep, so this is never a 2. So this difference is 1 or 4. Is one of these just a naked single or something like that? Is that what's happening here? So this is 1, 4, or 5. Well, this is... Yeah, so this is 1 or 4. If this is a 4, these are a 1, 5 pair. And if this is a 1, these are a 4, 5 pair. So one of these two is always 5, I guess. For whatever that is worth. I agree this can't be 4, because that would need to be 9, and it can't be. So that's a 7, 8 pair in the box. So these aren't 7 anymore, which actually places the 7 in the column. So that's the 7, and that's the 4. Now that 7, 8, it's only 5 away from 2 or 3, while we are writing these sorts of things out. Always one of these two things is 6. That one can't be 6, though, because if that were 6, that would have to be 1, and it can't be. So that's a 6. And if that's a 6, it makes that a 1, which makes that a 4 and that a 9. Makes that a 5 and a 4. Makes that a 1, which then immediately makes the difference 4. Makes that difference 2, that difference 1. It's a 5 and a 4. Whoop, and doop, doop. Okay, so this cell is 4 away. These two are 4 away. So this is either a 0 or an 8, and I'm betting on 8. These two are 4 away, so that one's definitely not 4. And it's not 5 either. Oh, sorry, it could be no, it can't be 5 either, because this can be neither 1 nor 9. So that is a 2 and a 6. Making that a 7 and a 6. Okay, now let's try and be very careful here. That one and that one need to be appropriately far apart. So it's either 9 and 5. Oh, it's 5 and 9 either way. Because it's not... Because these numbers are only 4 away from 1, 5, and 9, but the one in the column is gone. So this is always a 5, 9 pair. Oh, and that one can only be 9. Haha. So these are just a triple of some description. And in fact, that one is a 4, and these seem to be a 3, 7 pair. So this number is consecutive with 4, and it's not a 3, so it's a 5. These numbers are consecutive, and they're not they therefore don't involve a 3. So these are a 6, 7 pair, looking up at a 3 and a 7. These numbers are a something, something pair, a 2, 3 pair, making this digit a something, making this digit an 8. And remember, these two are 5 apart, so that makes that a 3, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 7, makes that an 8, makes that a 6 and a 7, and a 3 and a 2. These aren't 6, 7, that's not 3. This is 2 away from an odd number, so it's definitely odd. So that's a 7, and it's, in fact, away from there. So that's a 6 and a 5. It's a 3. This number needs to be 2 away from 3, so it's a 1. So let us fill in this razzmatazz. So that's a 4, 9, 3. Go in. These two need to be 2 apart. So we should fill in, actually, let's fill it in this direction. That's probably the safest. So this is just a 2. That is a 7. That is a 4, a 6 and a 5, and a 2. We can probably figure out what this is. That is a 6. And our betting tree is an 8. Congratulations to all ye 8 betters again. Unfortunately for Ranksk, I think Ranksk has not been around today, so Ranksk has missed out on the slurry of 8 victories. So sorry to Ranksk for all of the missed 8s. But that was a delightful puzzle. That was a good introduction to ziffer lines, I suppose. That was very smooth and very, very clean. I liked that one quite a bit. Also, the gratuitous use of a black dot. I will always appreciate the gratuitous use of a single black dot in the puzzle. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break again, and I will be back in just a moment. So see everyone shortly. Hello, everyone. We are back now with a pyramid arrow puzzle. So it has arrows and killer cages, and I think no other rules. So I know Dorlear was around earlier, but I also know Dorlear recently had a child, so I suspect may have disappeared. But if Dorlear is around to recommend a bet tree, I will happily take it. The way that arrows work is that the sum of the digits goes in the circle. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 2, those sum to 8. So that would be an 8 there, is the way that the example works. Or sorry, is the way that this works. I don't know if Simon solved this. I didn't pay attention to the solve counter as I opened it. I've not heard a bet tree, so I'm just going to put it there. And go on. So the first thing I noticed is that this arrow is minimum 6, but it can't actually even be a 6. And the reason this can't be a 6 is because if I make this arrow sum to 6, I would have to make these all 1, 2, which would put 1 and 2 down here, and I would need a 13 in the 12 cage to go with it. That won't work. So this can't be a 6. Over here. Now, I need at least 1, 1, but I could maybe have 2 1s and a 2 and a 3. I should point out, yeah, exactly the same thing happens over here. That if these were 1, 2, I would end up with the 1, 2 down there. In the same capacity. So yeah, one of the 10 cages is definitely 4, 6. And yeah, we definitely have a repeated digit on each arrow. I agree with that. It is true. I've used a high digit in each of these. So so these are only at most 5, although I didn't really want them to be large anyway. Welcome back, Dorlear. I didn't really want these to be large anyway. It's true. There's definitely a 5 in here. Is there any way the 5 goes on this arrow? I think it's going to turn out it's annoyingly possible. Only barely. Right. There are no 4s here. I know that as well. If there were a 5 here, these would have to be like 1s and a 2, perhaps. Which seems unfortunately just plausible. Oh, this is your first CTC feature. That's very nice. Yeah, this would have to be 2, 5, 1, 1. And this would be 2, 8, 9. Seems plausible. One of these circles definitely goes in the 19 cage. I wonder if I'm supposed to know anything about 3-cell 19 cages. They all contain an 8 or a 9, or an 8 and a 9. I guess is one plausible thing to note. Let's see. I guess I could fill in what the biggest these digits could possibly be is. Because, again, sort of the minimum of 3 of the digits is 4. And so the other can't possibly be larger than 5. So these are certainly all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the largest possible. Because I could go 1, 2, 1, 5. I'm going to need a pretty large digit on this in this row, on one of these at least, because of the thing. They do both have a 1 on them, I agree, but I don't know what box it's in, and they might have 2 1s. I think is most likely, but I don't know. They have a repeated digit is what I know for sure. And if the repeated digit is a 1, then there'd be a 1 in each of these cages. Which seems okay. Yeah, there's of course Dorlear's point is if I sum, sorry, not Dorlear's, Josh's point is if I sum these, that's minimum 10, 13, 16. And these only could possibly sum to 17 at most. So one of them is a 9. And that also means that I only get to go one above the minimum. So these can't be 4 or 5, and these can't be 4 or 5. Because of that, there's definitely a 1 in here. Using that 1 degree of freedom, that's a very good spot. Let's see. Right. And so these involve a 1, a 2, and a 3, actually, because of that. Or I'd eat up too many degrees of freedom. So there's no 1, 2, or 3 in this 19 cage, which doesn't do a whole lot, but does a tiny bit. But I need a 4 or 5 in this cage, therefore. And if I need a 4 or 5, that means these digits are each from 6, 7, 8, 9. This digit's at least a 4. Oh. Yes, Sayori points that out. That 1, 2, 3 means this digit's at least a 4. If that digit's at least a 4, certainly neither of these can be a 5. And so, therefore, we get a digit there of a 5. And we can have our digit dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That's right. We do know there's no 5 in this cage, actually. We also know that because of the because of that 5. So this is a minimum of 4. There's no way it's as large as 6. Yeah, it can't possibly be. If it's not a 4, it would have to be at least 6, but that would force these to be 1, 1, 1 all the way down. That's not possible. So this is, in fact, a 4. And that being a 4 eats my degree of freedom because now I'm using a 5. And so now these sum to 11. And if I make these anything other than 2, 1, 2s, it's going to sum to more than 17. And that now makes these 8, 9. Which means that these are 1, 2 because these cages are 4, 6, and 3, 7. That's the only ways to make that work. Now, the minimum sum of these two circles is 8 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, which is 8 plus 9 is 17, conveniently enough. So these are also an 8, 9 pair. And these are 1, 2s all the way down, as they say, in order to actually make that math work out, which is interesting. Let's see. Yeah, these are 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure. Yeah, I guess we better catch up the 1, 2s. That's a good point. Oh, that's probably not the 1, 2s to catch up, though, because these 1, 2s are much more catchable. Because that X goes down there. That circle looks down there. This makes very clear that these two cells aren't 1 or 2. And so these two cells aren't 3 or 5. I can get rid of all of these corner marks. And in particular, I can ketchup the 1 2s like that. Oh, and ketchup X in this box now is placed there. So this is ketchup X, and this is ketchup O for this box. Interesting. Okay. So I can't have this be an X, because if this was an X and this was an O, then one of these would be 222 for adds to 10. So this actually, by the math, I really like that. That's really cute. By the math, I need to mix the O's and the X's in order to possibly make that work. What am I going to do with that? Oh, who knows? I haven't the slightest, but it was very cool. I enjoyed it while it happened. Let's see. So there is an X in the 16 cage, and there is an O in the 15 cage. There's no 1 or 2 in this 19 cage, which doesn't seem super useful. There's a 1 and a 2 up here for whatever is worth it. So for whatever it is worth. Yeah, the 1 and 2 up here, yeah, that plausibly worth pencil marking. So yeah, the 1 or 2 here goes with an 8 or a 9 for sure. But it could be but I know there's an 8 or a 9 in here for what it's worth. And so this isn't an 8 or a 9 by that. If there's a 1 or a 2 in here, does it need an 8 or a 9? No, it can just barely get away with it. In fact, these can't be an 8-9 pair. Aha. These can't be an 8-9 pair because 8 plus 9 plus 4 is too many. It's 21. So this has to be an 8-9. And that means there's no 8-9 in this cage, which does have a 1 or a 2 in it. That means it's 2, 6, 7. That's the only way. Oh, maybe no. That is right. It doesn't have an 8 or a 9. And it does have a 1 or a 2. It's 2, 6, 7. So this is 2, 6, 7. Hey, now. And so X is now 1. And circle is 2. And so, oh, I missed a circle. And so we can get rid of our condimenting. Okay. Ron wisely points out we now know how the arrows work because 4 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 is 9. And that's an 8. This certainly is not a 7. I will tell you that much. And that's going to sort out how these arrows work too, because these sum to 5 already. If that was a 5, this would be a 10. So actually that's a 3 and a 5. And now that is 8 and that is 9. So that is a 9. These are now 4, 6. So these are 3, 7. That makes that a 6 and spares me having to do the math on the 19 cage. So no 2 there, no 2 there, no 1 there. So these work out to be something. These aren't 4, 6. These aren't 7 or 3. This is a triple that doesn't consist of 8 or 5. Oops, or 7. So it's 3, 6, 9. So now there's a 1 in here. So it's 1, 7, 8. I agree with that. And this digit can't be a 7 because this can't be a 1 or a 2. It would blow the total. So that's the 1 in this total. So now this can't be a 6 because if it were a 6, the only way that would work is if this was a 1 and a 7 because the 8 and 9 are going in the row. So that's in fact the 2. No huge surprise with that. We can paint these boxes up. Keeping in mind that these are not 6, 7. And these are not 7 or 8. So this is 6 or 7 only. This could be 4, 5, or 7, it looks like. To me. If this isn't a 3, this is a 3. What is this cell, actually? This is only a 3, 6, or 7. For what that is worth. But I know the parody of it. That's really good. That's really, really good. Carl points it out. This has an even sum. This has an even sum. These have an odd sum. And therefore, this has to be even because the whole row sums to an odd number. But I won't spoil Simon's game and tell you which odd number. I'll just tell you it's definitely an odd number. So therefore, that is a 6 and a 7 and a 5 and a 4 and a 3. And a 7 and a 5. And an 8 and a 7. A 7 and a 3. This is really clean. Really nice. No 3s over there. No 5s over there. No 6 there. This is certainly a 7, 8, 9. It's not a 7, apparently. This is an 8 or a 9. So this is a 2 or a 3 for the record. These triples are known because they're not 6 or 7. These aren't 7 or 8. Okay, so this is only 3, 4, or 5. So the absolute maximum sum of these is 9. Whereas these sum to a minimum of 7, I guess. So that's interesting. This can't be all that large. Let's see. Yeah, the 3, 4, 5s can't both go in the 19 cage, but one of them does. So we're not 2, 8, 9, but I guess we already knew that. Yeah, one of these is a 3, 4, or 5. So this is a 1, a 2, and a 3, 4, or 5. And 1 in column 5. That's the slick way to do it. So 1 in column 5 puts the 1 there. Which then puts the 2 there, which puts the 3 there. So this digit here is either a 3 or a 4. No 3s go over there. And so now this... Oh, sorry, this is 3 or 4. This 4, 5 is the one that goes in the 19 cage. So this 4, 5 is that 4, 5 is what I am saying. So these two 4, 5s are the same. That's the other one, which tells me in a roundabout way that that's a 3. I think I did that in the most convoluted possible way. But that's okay. That's also a 3 now, by the same reasoning. No, that's not true. Sorry. No, it's a 3 because those are a 4, 5 pair. Yeah, so it's a... that's very weird. So 3 plus 1 is 4. I feel like I have done this part in a way that was gratuitous. I do like ketchuping, although I think it was probably completely unnecessary in this instance. So this cage has a 4 in it. I don't know which it is yet, though, of the options that have a 4 in it. But I know where the 4 goes, Sayori points out. So I know that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 6, so that one's not a 9. That one's not a 7, so that one's not an 8. For a long time, this has been unable to be 9. I don't know why I didn't see it, but if this is a 9, that's a 3, and it breaks this cell. So actually, this is an 8, and that's a 2. It's a 7 and an 8. It's a 6 and a 7. So these are a something, and a something. Let's see. That is not a 6 anymore. Let me do these up in their makeup. Let's see. Those are a 7, 9 pair, so that has made that a 3 at least. Certainly means these aren't 9. There's definitely a 5 in one of these two for whatever that is worth. I can decorate the last of these. I am being told I can place the 7 in row 3. I can, as I have just discovered a 6, 8, 9 triple, which has made that a 7, which has made that an 8. Thank you. So that is a 9. So these are not 8. That is not a 9. That is an 8 just by Sudoku. So that is an 8 just by Sudoku. So that is a 4 and an 8, a 5 and a 6 and a 4. 9, 3, 4, 6, 4, 6, 7, 9, 6, 7, 9, 9, 6, 5, 3, 1, 5, 6, and a 9 for the bet tree. So congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Also, this arrow ended up having a 5 on it, which is, I guess cool. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. That was it had a really cool opening, and then it managed to stay cool throughout. There were a lot of cool, unexpected sort of steps and twists throughout. I really enjoyed that one. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a quick break and then come back and do, I think, one more puzzle. And then I think I am going to go watch some Kaizo. So I will be back in a moment with another puzzle. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have a Piotr V 10 lines puzzle. Piotr V has apparently decided that the gray that 10 lines typically are is too unattractive, so the 10 lines have become this sort of teal color, but are otherwise the same. So each line I need to break up into groups of sums that sum, or groups of cells that sum to 10. So for example, I am able to do this, and notice I'm using 5, 5 just to show you that digits can repeat. And also because if the line is this shape, almost certainly that is 5, 5. But that's it. That's all we get. So one of the things I like to do in 10 lines puzzles is use a little notation here just to sort of mark off where the 10 sums are. Now, a 4-cell sum could often be a single cell sum to 10, but it can't in this case because I know there's a low digit in this 3-cell sum. So we definitely know that breaks up. And the same is true over here. Oh, I should put in a bet cell. I got too excited. I'm going to put in a bet tree there. And so now in row 1, this needs to split because I've already used a low digit there and a low digit there. Hey, Paul Fly. So this splits like that as well. Now, this is a 3-cell 10 sum, so it requires 2 low digits. If I use only 1 low digit, I would be a minimum of 1, 5, 6, which is 11. So I've used all the low digits here. So these digits are high. At least 5. And they can't actually be 5 if you look at it. Because of if it was a 5, it would need 5 more and it would break. And so same thing over here. So that actually gets us a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the row. Makes these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, except these definitely aren't 5. So the 5 is in this box. And so if I look now in this box, I have a 5 and 2 low digits, 3 low digits, 4 low digits. That means these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, actually. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9 as well, because these are 2-digit sums to 10. And so now these cells are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, except that one's not a 5, I know. This one's 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've got all of that going on. One of these has a 5 in it for whatever it is worth. Also, these definitely split. And so I get some more 1, 2, 3, 4s. So now these digits are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in the row. Also, this sum has to end. I can't sum all 3 of these. So that's a 2-cell sum. This is a 3-cell sum. This can't be 8 or 9 anymore. Now these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, I again only get 1 digit on a 3-cell sum. Well, that's not an 8 or a 9, I should say. I only get 1 digit that's 5 or higher, so these are also from 1, 2, 3, 4. So I get all of that. Also, I think these are just 2-cell sums. I guess I didn't mark off the 3-cell sums. I should, just for completeness sake. So we've got all of that. Okay. Oh, right. As soon as there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 here and here, I split these lines. Because they can't be 1, 2, 3, 4 anymore. And Sayori and others have spotted a Z-wing on 5s, in that the 5 in column 1 can only go in one of these 2 cells because it's not part of a 2-cell sum to 5 without repeat digits. Or sorry, 5 is not part of a 2-cell sum to 10 in 2 digits if those 2 digits see each other. And likewise, there's a 5 over there. So by Z-wing, These now aren't 5, which is now going to do some damage. Oh, J. Dyer also pointing out for that reason this is not a 5. But now this sum needs a 1, and this sum needs a 1 as well, and the 1 is there, and we get a 1 as our first digit. Ba-boop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-wah! Thank you, Zachary. Thank you. So that's a 1. These are a 2-3 pair because I can't have a 4 anymore in either of these. And that's a 6-7 pair, so this is not 6 or 7. Sorry, it's not 6 or 7, so it's 8 or 9, and these aren't 6 or 7 either. Oh, I didn't actually do my thing there. These aren't 1, so that's not 9. These aren't 1, so those aren't 9. So the 9 in this box is on this. Haha. And the 9, wherever it goes with a 1, which means this has to be 2, 3, 5. Because the only 3-cell 10 sum without a 1 is 2, 3, 5. So now, this isn't 2, 3, 5, so it definitely needs to have a 1 on it. And in fact, it has the 1 on the quadruple in the row. Also, that's not the 1, and that's not the 9. If you like. So we have all of that. So the 1 is there. So there's now a 9. So yeah, so now where is the 9 in this box? It's not on here because of the 1 being there. It's not up there. So now the 9 is here. And so if the 9 is there, that means one of those is a 1 down there. Which means, okay, well, I guess I already knew there wasn't a 9 here. Now I super know there's not a 9 there. Oh, I don't know why I put a 1 there. Right. People did math earlier. I didn't do the math. I did this by counting highs and lows, but you can do math and say that these sum to 30, and so therefore these sum to 15. And so if one of them is 9, the other is a 6. Which is a very smart sort of thing to do that I saw chat do and then just did not notice. Or sorry, did not fully process what it meant. And so those 4s look over here, make those a 2, 3, which makes those a 7, 8. I guess I knew there wasn't going to be a 7 or 8 on here because 7 or 8 would require a 2 or a 3. That probably would have been the easier way to do that. But whatever, you don't have to get there the easy way. You just have to get there. These digits are, well, there's a 5 down here. And so these are 4, 5, 8, 9, and that one's not a 5, just for future use. These are either 1, 4 or 6, 9, just for the future. So that is not a 1 either. So now the 4 in the... Oh, that's not a 6 either. The 4 in this box is now part of this sum because it can't go with a 6. So this line is actually now 1, 4, 5. Did I know the 1 was up here or down here or something? Yes, I did know the 1 was down here. So, and this is, of course, 2, 3, 7, 8. Well, it is 2, 3, 7, 8. Whether it's, of course, 2, 3, 7, 8, I suppose is up to you. So these are now known because they're not either flavor of 2, 3, 7, 8. So these are 1, 9, 4, 6. That one's not a 1, so that one's not a 9. That means that's not a 9, so it's only a 5 or an 8. And this is 2, 3, 5, 7, or 8. It's the other of these, or 5, that is missing. This is from 2, 3, 7, 8, actually, as well. So that's interesting. Oh, and there's a 2-3 pair here, which looks at that, Sayori points out. Sayori always with the sudoku. So that is a 5-7-8 triple. Also, this isn't a 4 because there's a 1-4 pair in the box. So this is not many things, actually. Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, this is many things. But I do know the 2-3 in this box. The other 2-3 has to go here. So that gives me a 2-3 pair. This is the other 6-9 in the box. If I keep track of that. That's a 6-9 pair in the column. That means that these are from 2, 3, 7, 8 as well. This is the last 7, 8 in the column. There we go. So this is the last 7, 8 in the column, and it's the 7, 8 that adds to 10 with this one, which means this isn't a 2-2 line because these two actually add to 10. And so, therefore, this is a 4-cell sum to 10. Now, if this is a 2, these add to 8, and if it's a 3, they add to 7. So I can sneak a 5 into here. And in fact, I have to sneak. Oh, no, I don't have to sneak a 5 in because I could put the 5 there. If I look at it, this 2-3 is there. Tom, it could be 2-1-2-5 is the thing that it could be. That's the other option. These are all the same domino. I just want to note whatever that domino is. And this is the other 2, 3, 7, 8 domino. For the record. There's always a 1. That's very true. Otherwise, it sums to too much. Yes. Otherwise, this would be a 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1 in box 2. So this is not 1, so that's not 9. I don't think I know this isn't 1, 9, do I? I don't think so. This I definitely know. Carl points out the 1, 2, 3 triple in the box tells me that this is a 4, 6. So these aren't 4, 6. So that's a 1, 9. And now I do know where the 1 goes because now these aren't 1. And so now this is a placed 1. That's a 5. That was the thing I had not seen that chat had seen. So that makes that a 4 and a 6. Okay, and so, oh, right, this has to be blue now because it sees that 7, 8. So these are blue. Ooh, this almost, but not quite, sees all the 7, 8s, but it doesn't. This cell can't be 8 anymore because it does see the 7, 8 pair at least. The blue 2, 3 doesn't repeat in the sum. And so if this sum had a 5 in it, it would repeat, and it doesn't, because I now see that. So this is an honest 1, 2, 3, 4 sort of thing. So therefore that's not a. Therefore this is a 9, this is an 8, and a 6, and a 5, and a 9 and a 1. This isn't a 4 because it sees a 4 in the column, so that's a 5 and a 4. That's a 9. Oops. 9 and a 1, and a 6 and a 4. That's a 9 and a 4 and a 6, and a 1 and a 9. This is not an 8. This is not a 1, not a 4. No 1 here. Those have become a 4-5 pair, so that is the 1. These have become a 4-6 pair. That is not a 5, so it's blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. This cell is either blue 2-3 or it's huge. Let's see. I know that these are 2, 3, 7, 8 just by the column. Now, here's the most annoying part, let me tell you, about setting 10 lines puzzles, is that I know immediately by uniqueness that this domino is blue. Because if it was yellow, it would be it would be a deadly pattern. And so there's this really annoying opportunity, if you like, to use uniqueness as part of setting these puzzles. That's not a 2-3, that's a 7-8. So this is a 2-3. So there's no 2-3s in here. If there was no 1, these would sum to a minimum of 4-5, and that would blow the bank. So there needs to be a 1 in here, and it goes there for what it's worth. And so that's the 1 over there. If this is a 4, that's a 5, which seems okay. Otherwise, this needs to go with a blue 2-3 there, which is also maybe okay. If we ignore what I said about uniqueness. So this is a 5 just by sudoku. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7 or an 8. For what it is worth. This one is the same as... Oh, I don't quite know yet. That 2-3 goes there for sure. Because this 2-3 appears in the 2-3-5 triple, so it has to appear there. These can't be that many digits, actually. Because there's a 2-3-5 triple in the column. There's a 7-8 pair in the column. This certainly isn't a 9. So this is only 4 or 6, which means that this is only 5, which it can't be for some reason. This is only 5 or the other one. So this is a 6, and that is now a 3. So we got all of that sorted out. So now this is 2, 8, 7, 8, 2, 7, 3, 2, 2, wait. Yeah, this has become 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 4, 4, 6, 4, 2, 9, 4. Let's paint the town with pencil marks as we do. Oh, blue is 3, 7. I now know. I just somehow stopped short of filling that in. 3, 5, 8, 2, 7, 3, 7. Oh, also that 3 told me that blue was 3, 7. There are lots of ways I could have seen earlier than I did that blue was 3, 7. But we seem to be solving the puzzle, so we won't be too upset about it. These are 2, 8, and it goes that way. That is a 7, and it goes that way. So that tells me that's 3, 7, and that's 5, and 9, and 3. Mark knows that this cell is an 8, which makes that a 2 and an 8. Let's go ahead and color our remaining dominoes. In fact, let me just color all the 8s, all the 2s, all the 7s. Oops. All the 7s, all the 3s. And then our bet tree is a 9. So congratulations to all the 9 betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That's true. We can get some we can get some green 5s in here. Those are always appreciated around here. That was a lovely puzzle, Peter. I quite enjoyed that. This was I was inclined to say I don't really believe that this was a 3-star puzzle, but I've probably done approximately as many 10-line puzzles as anyone has done, so probably I found this easier than someone who has done fewer 10-line puzzles. I don't actually know, but I made a bunch of 10-line puzzles for the Cracking the Cryptic Line app, and so I don't know how many of them will in total appear, but there are many of them. So I have done more than a few, we'll say. That was actually fast enough. I've got time to do another puzzle. Let me see what I have in the bucket. Let's see. We have this GDC Run on Nabner puzzle. Let's do this. Although I am going to take a quick break before I do this puzzle, but I will be back shortly. All right, welcome back. We have a GDC puzzle. I know they're around stream sometimes, so I don't know if they're around presently. I'm going to put that as the bet tree, I think. So this is a Run on Nabner puzzle. So this is a variation of Run on Renbon puzzles. And so every string of 4 digits along one of these lines is a valid Nabner line, which means there are no repeated digits with no consecutive digits. And that's in any string of 4 digits along it. So once you get to 5 apart, then you can do that. Then they can repeat. Or they can either repeat or be consecutive. So it's totally okay if that's a 3 and that's a 4. But if that's a 3, that can't be a 4. And it also can't be a 3 either. So there's a gimme here, which is very kind. which is that a V that's on a Nabner line can't possibly be 2, 3, so it has to be 1, 4. So every cell that is within 2 of this 1, 4 pair can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure. Is a thing that I notice. This is always 1, 2, 3, 4. These two 6, 7, 8, 9s tell me that... Aha, I see where this is going. Tell me that these two cells can't be from 6, 7, 8, 9. Because if these two cells were from 6, 7, 8, 9, then I would have 3 6, 7, 8, 9s in these 4 cells, and 2 of them would have to be consecutive. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the point now is that these 3 digits need to not be consecutive. And so the only way that works is for them to be 1, 3, 5. Oops. For them to be 1, 3, 5. And if those are 1, 3, 5, then this is 2, 4. And now there's a 5 in one of these two cells, so these can't be 6. And if these are from 7, 8, 9, they're only 7, 9. So we've got all of that. So now this X is a little bit interesting, but I don't know quite what to do with it. I mean, this side, for example, I know can't be a bunch of things, but I'm not sure what they are. That 7, 9 looks over here and says this isn't 7 or 9, so it's 6 or 8. So that's certainly not 7. I can at least say that much. Tristan is saying digit repeatedly. Oh, it's not 8. Right. It's next to this 7, 9. So it can't be 8. Because these are 4 apart is Tristan's point. So therefore this is a 6. And we get a digit. Boop boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach, for your very 6y dance, as always. And so that 6 actually sorts out the 9 and the 7, which is appreciated. Although, now what are we doing? So I know, for example, the 5 and the 4 in this box are split, but I guess they could even be split that way, couldn't they? I can write in this quad, I suppose. They aren't 1 or 4. So these are 2, 3, 5, 8 is what is left. I don't really know what I want to do with that yet. It's being claimed that this is restricted a lot. Oh, I guess it is. Kind of. Okay, so it's not 1, 3, or 5 for sure. It's not 2 or 4 because those would interlope with those. So this is 6, 8, or 9, which means this is 4, 1, or 2. Now, this can't be a 2 because it would be next to a 1, 3, too close. So this is a 1, 4, or a 6. Oh, this can't be a 6 because there's a 1, 3, 5 here. Oh, that was just 4. So this is a 9 and a 1. That's the 1, the 3, and the 5. Meaning that's a 2. Filling in all of that. Okay, so that was very cool. Okay, so this now doesn't have a lot of optionality either. So it can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I guess it can be 5, 6, 7. It has a little more optionality than I hoped it would. That is not a 2 anymore. Let's see. So the 9 is up here somewhere. I don't quite know what to do with that. I guess I can fill in this quad, which is somewhat uselessly tells me that there's a 2, 4, 6, 8 down here. I had higher hopes for you than that quad. I really did. I thought you could go somewhere. But as it happens, it cannot. So 9 could maybe just sneak over there. These, okay, so Garion is correct. Again, I have 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, so these can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there's actually some amount of pressure on them. Oh, and in fact, that one can't be 5 either because of the 6. So these are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, and that one's only a 1 or a 4. And now we can sort of do the same thing backwards. These take up all the 1, 2, 3, 4 slots, so these have to be from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, they're not 9. That one's not a 6 either. So I get that. Annoyingly, this cell, I think, can be a 9. Right. Okay, so Sayori spots immediately that this cell sees that cell, so it can't be an 8. So this is only a 5 or a 7, which means this certainly isn't a 6. So now if I write in this, maybe it's better than it was before. No, I don't think it is. It's true. One of these two is definitely a 5. That's really helpful. If neither of these is a 5, then they'd be a 7, 8 pair. So one of them is a 5, so therefore that's not a 4. It's a 1. And this isn't a 4 either, nor is it a 2, so this is a 3. As I sort of fill in that. Okay, so these cells are super not 2. They are as not 2 as it is possible for digits to be. Oh, okay, good spot from Ron. That 3 bounces back up to here, making this a 1 and a 4. This is a really helpful, or this is a really neat way to sort of utilize the Knappner thing in a way that sort of takes advantage of, or lets you have longer lines, because normally Knappners can't be longer than 4. Unless you're willing to use length 5 Knappners, but most people, I think, have not been willing to. So there's a 3 up here somewhere. There's a 1 and... Oh, there's a 1 just placed there. Sure. 4 1s looking into the box tells me that. It's still true that one of these two is a 5. I'm going to mark that, and then I'm going to think about what these can be, because they can't be 1, 2, could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, except these can't be 4, 5, or 6 because of the 5 there. That one can't be 9 because of the 9 there. These... Okay, there is a 7 or 8 in these cells. And so if there's a 7 or 8 in these cells, there can't be a 7 or 8 in these cells. So that's always a 3, and that's always a 9. Which then removes 8 as an option from there. So these are actually a 5, 7 pair, and that's a 5 or a 7, so that's not a 6. So these are an actual 5, 7 pair. A ketchupable 5, 7 pair, if you will. These aren't 5 or 7. These are the same digit. So we have gone all the way around. Does that 5, 7 see anything? No, it does not quite. Oh, there's all the even digits in the row. Ron points out. So these digits are all odd. And this one's not a 1 or a 3 even, so this is a 5 or a 7. These aren't 9, apparently. And there's definitely a 9 down here for whatever minuscule amount that's going to give me. Oh, that's really clever. Okay, so Sayori's point is this 157 triple looks into this box. And so all of 1, 5, and 7, oops, in this box are over here. And so I have to be pretty careful with how I am going to think about setting this box up, given that 1, 5, and 7 are all on the line over here. So that rules off 2, 4, and 6 from this line. Sorry, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Right. It rules off every even. 2, 4, 6, and 8 are all ruled off of being over here. So the other evens are over here. I eventually got there. So these are evens for sure. I don't yet quite know what to do with that, but I'm sure it will become apparent over time. So there's definitely a 3 down here, I suppose it is worth. So, right, these are from 1, 3, 5, 7, and those aren't 3. So right, and there's a ketchup. Oh, right, the ketchup circle joins the 3, so these aren't 1. Very good spotting to chat. So one of these two is 1. That is a 157 triple, so these are not from 157 if I write them down. So this is always an even digit for what it is worth. These aren't 3 anymore. So these are from 1579. Oh, but the 9 is definitely down here. As is the 1. So there's A1 and A9 down here. So this is not 2 or 8. This is 4 or 6. And if this is a 4 or a 6, that says the 5 definitely isn't down here. So now these are 179, and that's a 4. And these aren't 7. Those are 3, 5. Those are 1, 7. Which makes this a 5. Makes that a 7. That 3, 5 means this isn't a 4. If this was a 7, it would make these a 2, 2 pair. So it's not. So that's a 1 and a 7, which means that neither of these is 2. This logic is weird. So that's a 4 and a 2. And now the fact that those are 6, 8 tells me that those are 3, 5 in that order. Incredibly strange. Oh, and that 5 sees that, so it makes it an 8 and a 6. Because of that. So we have a 2, 6 over here. Yep. All cool stuff. Oh, right, and that's a 6 owing to that. Did I cheat? I didn't say that it did I? I said that it saw this cell by Nabner. Okay, so these are a 3-8 pair. No 2 or 5 go in there. These are a 2-4 pair. No 3 goes there. Okay, let's go. Okay, that was more aggressive than I had hoped to be. I was hoping it was more restricted. Oh, that's cute. Okay, so 3 is just up here by sudoku, and Sayori points out the 3 can't go there or there because it would see a 2-4, so the 3 always goes there. Oops. And now I can paint the town red with pencil marks, because now these things can't be next to 3. So I, in particular, are going to have no 4s in there or there or there, or even there for that matter. Here, there's definitely a 6, because otherwise they'd be an 8, 9. So there's no 6 over there. There's definitely an 8 or 9 here. So that can't be an 8 or a 9. It has to be a 1. That 8 or a 9 tells me that's 8, not 8 or a 9, so it's a 6. And that's the 4 for the column. This is a really cool puzzle. I quite appreciate this. One of these is a 7. I don't know that it does anything. Let's see. This can't be an 8 or a 9 because it sees an 8 or a 9 there. As noted. Okay. This 1 sees that cell, so that can't be a 2. It's a 4. So that's a 4, and that's a 2. The 4 now disambiguates the 6. So there is no 6 going on there. One of these is for sure the 5, we know. This digit, what can it be? It can't be 1 by Sudoku. It could be 2. It can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by Nabner. It can't be 8 or 9 by Nabner. This is a naked 2 in a bizarre way that only a Nabner puzzle could cause. So 2, 4, 6, yep, that's all fine. That could be 8 or 9. That's all fine. Okay, so we are running out of clues to use, so we are hoping that we can manage to make this all work. Okay, so 4 is over here, just by Sudoku, and so that 4 sees that that's not a 5, so this is a 2 or an 8 at least. And so 5 and 7 in this box are over here somewhere. In fact, 5 is over here somewhere for sure. Sorry, 3. 3 is also over here somewhere. Because the 4 rules it off of this, and that 3 rules it off of that. So there's a 3 and a 5 in here. So in particular, there's no 2, which makes that a 2. So the digit that goes with these is 6, or with the 4 is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. I should just fill in what these digits are, shouldn't I? Right. Okay. So this is the 4 for the column. It's the only place for the 4 in the column. Now we've got a 7, 8, 9 going on. So this digit is a 7, 8, 9 itself. Now, I've definitely got a 1 over here. 1 of 7, 8, 9. Okay. Oh, 1 is up here even. I can be even more specific about where the 1 is. Oh, that's slick. 2 in box 4 has to go here, Sayori points out, because this 2, if this were a 2, definitely one of these cells is a 1 or a 3, because 1 and 3 are in those 3 cells. So one of these is a 1 or a 3, so that can't be a 2. And so just by sudoku, the 2 goes there. So now this cell is one of those things. This is a 5. That's a 5. I don't quite know what to do with it. Right. That can't be a 3 anymore because it sees the 2. That's the point. Okay. So this digit now, maybe I should write in what it can be. It's not a 3 anymore. Okay, and so now these 3 digits are from 5, 7, 8, 9. Well, that means they have to be 5, 7, 9. I can't have an 8 in here at all. Because if I have an 8 in here at all, then I've got 2, 7, 8, 9s. So these are from 5, 7, 9, and of all of those, that's the one that's the 5. So we can handle that appropriately. So that's my 7, 8, 9 for the box. So these are now just my regular old 1, 3 pair. That has sorted out that that is an 8, which means that's a 5 and a 9. And so now these two see each other, and so neither of them can be 8. So that is a 7, and that's a 9, and that's an 8, and that's a 7, making that a 9 and a 7 and an 8, making that an 8 and a 3 and an 8, making that a 9 and a 1 and a 7, making that a 3 and a 1, and letting us do some more painting. 7, 6, not there though, 6 there. And we get that. Oh, I completely missed that this cell needs to have a digit in it, and that digit can't be 8. So that is 2 over there. Yep, no clues left, so mark the rest of the grid and hope that you don't have to find a Y-wing. 4, 8, always crossing our fingers for no Y-wing. 9, 3, 2, although let's be honest, if there's a Y-wing, Chad will find it. 4, 9, 5, and our bet tree is a 6. So congratulations to all the 6 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Lovely puzzle, GDC. I really enjoyed that. That was incredibly smooth and neat, and it's kind of amazing how it disambiguates with sort of a little bit. Yeah, I really like this variation on Nabner lines. This is very cool. All right. Let me pull up a 6x6. I've got enough time to do a 6x6. Let us find the zetamath 6x6s. Let's see. Let's see. What have we here? I think there's some old stuff I have not yet done, although now I have to pay close attention because Tristan does some of them, and so then I can be like, I don't remember doing this, and then maybe I did do it, or maybe I did not. Okay, let us do a Nabner 6x6 from Jay Dyer. So here we go. We have the puzzle aptly named Pimple. So these are Nabner lines of a slightly different off yellow-green color that looks like if it was food, you might should throw it away, like all Nabner lines do. And these are also run on Nabner lines, so we can't have digits that are less than 2 apart on them. So the thing I guess I should note immediately is that this digit ends up over here. And so the digit or digits that this cell is consecutive with have to go in this cell or cells. And we have a similar thing up here, but none of these cells can be consecutive with yellow. I want to say that means that if yellow's not 1 or 6, we're boned, but I'm not 100% ready to say that yet. Let's see. This cell goes in one of those two. This cell. Oh, right. Okay, that's the point. Yeah, right. I was thinking that marking that wasn't going to do any good, but it was absolutely doing good because, as Carl points out, this cell, by the same logic, goes in one of these two, so it's not consecutive with yellow, and so therefore yellow is extreme because there's only one digit consecutive with yellow that has to go here. Because there's nowhere else in this box that I can put a digit consecutive with yellow. And green is not consecutive with yellow. So yellow is indeed extreme. And row 3, column 3 is exactly the same setup. So this is also a 1 or a 6, but I don't think I know if it's yellow. Yet. I would not have gotten that quickly if it wasn't the break into one of my Nabner puzzles. So yeah, so that's 1 or 6. So so one of these is a 2-5, is the point. Right. This digit is not green. Says Sayori. And so when I go to plonk this digit in this box, it goes exactly there, which means that this digit is one of the digits over here. So yeah, so do I run into a problem if green is the other extreme digit for some weird Nabner reason? I don't think so. I do know that these are yellow, green, purple in some order. I know this 1, 6 is over there. This shape intrigues me because I feel like I'm supposed to prove it doesn't go up there and that this cell has to go there, but I don't quite know how yet. Well, every Nabner needs a 1 or a 6 in this puzzle because I can't make things without a 1 or a 6. So that's one thing to keep in mind, is that I need to have a 1 or 6 on each Nabner. So Weirdly, if these are different 1/6s, that cell's a 1/6. If these are different 1/6s, that cell's a 1/6. And so in the world where these are different 1/6s, that cell is purple. Because I would need to find a 1/6 to put on both of. Oh, no, I'm crazy. This cell could be yellow. Never mind. I'm saying something that is nonsensical. It is true, though, if these were different 1/6s, that purple would be 1/6. And so this cell would be purple. So, what do I do with that information? I do not know. I feel like it's this cell. I'm trying to decide what to do with this cell. So if this cell goes up here, no. Not quite. One of these has two 1/6s, right? One of these is a 1/6, and whichever of them is a 1/6 makes a Nabner with two 1/6s. Because if that's a 1/6, this is Paul Fly's point. One of these definitely has two 1/6s. Because if this is a 1/6, then this Nabner has two 1/6s, and if this is a 1/6, this Nabner has two 1/6s. I feel like I'm supposed to see a clever thing here. I'm going through and trying to see if there's anything that if this black dot could possibly somehow resolve the world. I still feel like it's something to do with this. Okay, so this 1/6 does not appear on this Nabner. That's got to be the point somehow, in some weird J. Dyer way. This 1/6 shows up and does not show up in any of these cells. Because it shows up there. So I guess I'm saying it's not in any of these cells. And therefore, the other 1/6 is in here. So therefore, this cell is not 1/6. Whatever it may be, this cell is not 1/6 because it sees both 1/6s. Because of that cell going up there. I do not know if this is yellow or not, Ron. That is what I am slowly trying to unravel. What about row 3, column 4? Oh, right. The other 1/6 is on this Nabner because the yellow 1/6 definitely isn't. And so this is also not 1/6. Yep. So what do I do with these two cells that are not 1/6? Oh, right. Green also sees this whole Nabner in some complicated way, because green sees this whole Nabner through the proxy of purple, and it also sees this 1-6, so it sees both 1-6s. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5. And so there. Well, couldn't yellow be ketchup? Do I know that yellow isn't ketchup? Yeah, that's the annoying part, is that this is where it gets tricky to sort of try and keep coherent notation, is because I don't know if these two are the same or not. Yep, I agree with Ron there. Wait, actually, I think the opposite. I think the opposite of that, I think if this is not yellow, then purple is the other 1-6. This would be the 1-6. Now, if you could convince me of that direction, I would be delighted. Yeah, the digit adjacent to yellow is here. So that means there's no 1-6 here, because green's not 1-6 and the digit adjacent to 1-6 isn't. So these are actually, Paul Fly points out, from 2, 3, 4, 5. So the last 1-6 in the column is up in one of these two cells. Yeah, no 5 on the dot. I agree. Of course, it would make a lot of sense for that to be the 1-6, but I don't see why that can't be the 1-6. If green is 2-5, it's the 2-5 that's not next to 1-6. Is that a problem? Could be like 1 and 5. That would force the other digit down here. I mean, I guess there's 2 digits in this box that are consecutive with green. And where do the 2 digits that are consecutive with green go? They don't go there. So, and one of them is here. So one of the digits consecutive with green goes here, at least. But this could be both of the digits consecutive with green, I guess. I don't see why not anyway. Is that true, J40? I'm not sure if that's true. If it's true, I don't know it. The row 2, column 4 line. That's the point. These are either all high these are either all even or all odd. Because it sees this 1-6. And so if I don't have 1 on it, it's instantly 2, 4, 6. And if I don't have 6 on it, it's instantly 1, 3, 5. So I'm kind of inclined to abandon my coloring that I have worked hard on and color that these are all the same color, as in they're all the same odd evenness. And so these are the opposite odd evenness of that. Now, I don't know what to do with that quite yet, but it seems like it might be useful. I'm told this is also yellow. Can you explain why this is also yellow? Row 5. I don't think I know that this... Oh, this... Row 5, column 5 isn't even on a thing.
Row 4, column 5 goes down here, so it sees this entire Renbun, or Nabner.
4, column 5 goes down here.
So it sees all purples.
Ah, yes, that's true. Yep, I agree. Okay, yep. Because of that, because of that, seeing that last cell. Yep, so this is also yellow, and that's purple. So these are 2 yellows and a purple. For whatever that is worth. I think in the old version of this, I think someone claimed they could prove that this wasn't 2-5 or something, which would maybe be vaguely useful in this universe. This cell and this cell are the same, of course. And so that purple is on here for whatever that is worth. Right. Okay. So Paul Fly's point is this digit in this box goes down here. So that's the third yellow for the column. So that guarantees that that cell's always purple. These could be either the same color or different colors, depending on what kind of dot it is. So I don't think I know anything quite about that. It's true. This is one of each. And so the question is, are these one of each or are they monocolored? So if this is monocolored, they'd be both purple. Because there's definitely a purple on it. And that all sounds okay to me until we then get to the fact that these would be both yellow. Actually, maybe that's okay. Is there any reason why these can't both be yellow? Why this can't be purple, purple, yellow, yellow? Does it have to be that way? Uh, so yeah, if I make this 1 4 6, so make this a 1 with a 4 6 over there. I put the 2 over there. Uh, this can't be 2. Uh, uh, it is true if a line is mixed, it needs both 1 6s. That's true. And so the purple 1 6 is on here is the point. So Tristan's point is, if I have a 3-cell Nabner, unless it contains both 1 6s, it's monochromatic. Well, this one I know is not monochromatic. So therefore, the purple 1 6 is on it. And therefore, the purple 1 6 is not on this line. And so therefore, this line is monochromatic. And so we look like that. And so these are yellow. These are one of each. This is not the purple 1 6 for whatever that is worth. You did do a thing. That was a very good observation, Tristan. The question is how we are meant to use it, which I do not know. So one of these is the yellow 1 6. Yeah, we know there's a yellow 1 6 down here. In fact, that yellow 1 6 is down there. Why can't this be yellow 2 5? Yeah. That's exactly and it would make sense to think about this in either odd even or high low, but these are odd even, so sadly not. Now it is worth pointing out the purple 2 5 actually can't go in either of these. So Ron, I think you had exactly the right point, but with the opposite colors. The purple 2 5 can't go here because the purple 2 5 is consecutive with that. So that makes this the purple 2 5. At least we have something. And that is relevant because something. Yeah, Paul Fly just said the same thing in a different way, which is the digit consecutive with this has to go there in column 5. So one of each. I like Paul Fly's way of thinking about that. So all this, maybe not all of this coloring is going to work the same way, because I think we might have used this. We do have full vertical roping. That's true. So there's a purple 2 5 in here, which I guess I knew already. Let's see. I still want to know if this is yellow or not. Uh, this is monochromatic unless it contains both 1/6s. If it contains both 1/6s, those are both 1/6s. Do I know the V line only has 1/16 on it? Right. Because it goes over there. Right. Okay. So I do know that. So I do know this digit goes up here, so it doesn't appear anywhere on this. Okay. So we can do a similar game over here as suggested, where we can color this orange and this blue. And so we can try our best to do something. So this sees every blue digit, so it's definitely orange. So we know this is monochromatic and we know this is orange, but we don't know the line is monochromatic. But that's still orange because it still sees every orange. Still sees every blue. Right, okay. So that part is still true. And I know the orange 1/6 is up here. So the blue 2/5 is here. Can this line possibly be monocolored? Useless, but this is purple. Several people point out because these are different colors, so now that's purple. Wonderful. Just what I have always hoped for. So the blue 2/5 I know is up here. Row 3, column 2 is yellow. It is yellow. That's true. By the same logic. Agree. So one of these two is the... Oh, no, I don't know that. Never mind. So if this is not monocolored, there's a blue 1/6 here, and so there's a blue 1/6 there exactly. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. I was going to say blue is either orange or blue is yellow, but that's not true. Blue is purple or blue is yellow. I was hoping this cell could never be 1/6. Okay, so Garion is saying if this line is monochromatic, it's yellow. Agree, which would make yellow orange. Ah, and yellow can't be orange. Right. If this is monochromatic, it can be neither blue nor red. Or sorry, it can be neither blue nor orange just immediately because these two cells are different colors. So this, of course, this line is not monochromatic, which means it has both 1/6s on it, uh, which at the very least means this cell isn't 1/6. Uh, 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 so the blue 1/6 is in one of these two cells on the V. Uh, row 1, 2, column 2 as well. I don't know that yellow and blue are different. Oh, but they see both 1/6s is the point. These see the both 1/6s because we know this line's not monochromatic, so these see both 1/6s. Agree. And so it is monocolored. Yes, so these are orange. And so to continue our useless thing. Oh, I don't know that yellow and blue are different, so I can't quite do that one yet. But these aren't orange, so they're blue because they see all the oranges. Yellow is purple by row 3, column 2. Right. So yellow is purple. Wait, no, not yellow is purple. Sorry, yellow is blue. So blue is yellow. Let's do it with blue is now yellow. Orange is now purple. Because of that. Okay, so now we've got some progression. So now these really are different 1/6s. So now this is the yellow 1/6 for sure. For what it's worth, I also find this coloring very confusing. This line needs the purple 1/6 up here somewhere. This is the purple 3/4. So circle is the purple 1/6. So I can get rid of those now and not have to worry about that. The purple 2/5 was down here, remember? Because the purple 2/5 couldn't go in this box anywhere other than here. So this is the purple 3/4. So this isn't the purple 3/4, it's the purple 2/5. This is the purple 3/4. This is a purple 1/6 and a purple 3/4. This is the yellow 1/6 just by the row. This is, of course, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there is a yellow 1/6 up here. So this is a purple 1/6 and a yellow 3/4, right? Because we said there's a purple 1/6 on here, I believe. Yes, there's definitely a purple 1/6 on here. And so if you have both 1/6s, you can't have either 2/5, so you have a 3/4. And so therefore, oh, but I don't think I know which 3/4 it is. Oh, I said the right thing and then wrote the wrong one. Thank you. Sayori's point is this sees both 1/6s, so you know this is a 2, 3, 4, or 5, but it's not a 5 because it sees the yellow and the purple, and so therefore this is a 2-4 pair. And so these are both the same color, and so that color is now purple. And that is yellow. That's yellow. That's yellow. That's purple. That's purple. So I don't quite know how I'm going to resolve this up here yet. Oh, right. That purple goes there, is the point. So that's yellow by doing basic color arithmetic. And so that is yellow and that is purple. And we have done our coloring. And so this is not the 3-4, it's the 2-5. So this is the 3-4. So this is the 2-5. This is the 1-6. This is the 3-4. That's the 2-5. That's the 3-4. That's the 2-5. Yes, I realized I could fill in the digits, by the way. But I was having fun sort of seeing if I could do all of this. Uh-oh, what did I do? I broke it? Uh-oh. How did I break it? I looked at 2-4 as 2-5. Ah. Where did I do that? Ah, okay. I think my brain is not good enough to fill this all in now that you point that out. So okay, I will give up hope and just fill this in. And hope not to screw this up too badly. 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 4, 1, 5, 2. Tristan says I still am doing it wrong. I didn't rewind far enough. Is this far enough? Okay. So this is right. 6, 4, 2, 4, 6, 1. 5, 3. 2, 4, 3, 5. This is the 4 flavor of this, right? Yeah, this is the 4 flavor. That's a 5. That's a -2. Can get rid of that. This is a 2 and a 4 and a 2 and a 6 and a 5 and a 3. That is a 3 and a 1. That is a 5. That's a 1 and a 1 and a 5, and that's a 3 and a 1. Very nice. I enjoyed that quite a bit. The theme here is actually quite similar to the 6x6 that inspired me to set Cascade, but I thought about it quite differently uh, than this. But this idea of thinking about things are either all the same parody or they're not all the same parody, and that has sort of parody implications. I had at least thought a little bit about before, so I was at least prepared to think about this. But very very cool puzzle, Jay, as always. Uh, Alrighty. I am going to wrap up stream there for the day. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out. It's been a fun day of puzzles. We did way more puzzles than the average stream. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 puzzles, counting the 6x6. So thank you everyone for all of your help. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. It means a lot. If you'd like to support the stream, you can do that for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button down below. As always, I greatly appreciate all of you who do. Absolutely no pressure if you can't afford it, but if you can and you want to support the stream, we really do appreciate it. It really does help keep the lights on around here and helps us purchase mouse straps. So thank you very much. And thank you, as always, to all the turbines, the super supporters, David Ratner, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, and Nell. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you all very soon. I'll be back streaming in just 2 days on on Sunday. And it has been my tradition typically to also stream on American Thanksgiving. So that's Thursday. So expect there will probably be a bonus stream then as well. So thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all real soon. Bye for now.